All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Ned Ghost Rider broadcast. I am Ned Ghost Rider. Most people call me Ghost. Welcome in, everybody. How is everybody doing on this Wednesday, May 14th, 2025? I am exhausted. It has been a long day for me. But I'm here. I'm live and alive. It's been a long day for me because I stayed up last night and I watched the last 3 episodes of Andor. And I will tell you all that Andor is probably my favorite TV show ever. It was amazing. It was absolutely incredible. It was an incredible finish to the series. It was so good. And for those of you who have not seen Andor yet, I do recommend leaving enough time where you can watch Rogue One immediately after. Because it goes right into it. And Diego Luna, who plays Cassian, said the same thing. But it's just an incredible piece of art that happens to be within the Star Wars universe. I can't talk glowingly enough about it. And I can't wait until the day where our community can openly have a conversation about it, because it is so good. It is so good. But yeah, I stayed up and watched all 3 episodes of Andor last night. I was going to watch just one, and I'm like, it's not that late yet. And I watched the second one. And then the second one ended on a cliffhanger. I'm like, fuck, I need to watch the last one. It was so good. Then I woke up, and I didn't wake up early enough, so I didn't pack my lunch, so I had to pay for lunch today. But I woke up, I did 18 holes in the morning, 18 holes in the afternoon, and then I quick ran by the baseball game, missed the baseball game. I walked up as the last pitch was happening. But yeah, I'm back. Most incredible show was Money Heist, the one where they robbed the Spain Mint. I want to watch that. I actually want to watch that. I haven't watched it yet. But Andor was incredible. The writing was incredible. The acting was incredible. They put so much time and effort into it. It was so amazing. Don't even bother with the other one. Okay. That's fair, Bite Sync. But yeah, so I thought about not streaming today because I'm so tired. But I wanted to go live. I don't know what we're doing. It's coffee and paste to span. Okay. I wanted to go live. I wasn't sure what I wanted to do. I'm still not really sure what I want to do. I might do React content. Watch some YouTube videos. But yeah, work was fine. It's income. I was caring for a guy and we seemingly disagreed on everything except for Philadelphia sports. But I basically Socratic method him when he bring up something that I disagreed with. I just asked questions and he didn't seem very happy about that. So that was fun. But yeah, I'm back and I'm stuffing my face with beef jerky after I had pizza because I'm trying to get some calories back. But yeah, so I don't know what I want to do. I mean, I could play games. We could do React content. Timberborn has a new update. I don't know. I don't know what I want to do. I know we played Frostpunk the last couple days, but I beat the scenario last night. Let's do React content. Let's do React content. Let's watch some stuff. All right, see if we have anything. Oh, actually, this is great. JT has a new video out. JT at Second Thought has a new video out. About how how being nice is no longer a good thing. So that's weird. But yeah, he does he does great videos, so I'm sure this will be a banger. So let me bring that up for us. And then there's some more news video about the same thing. So we'll react to those two. Oh shit, where is it? Uh-oh. Oh, no, I don't see it. Oh. No, the right wing's war on empathy. That is what we're going to do react content to. So, let's do that. Posting the link now. I also think the next few days I'm going to pump out a bunch of YouTube shorts of Uncle Clark on my Instagram and YouTube channel. So be on the lookout for that. But yeah, let's watch GT. Let's see what GT over at Second Thought has cooking this time.
Is it just me, or does it seem like conservatives are getting really comfortable with casual cruelty these days?
The Cruel Kids table.
The Cruel Kids table.
Are you cruel?
They want to be able to say slurs.
People feel like they can say the R word specifically.
We're going to call them fags and again.
Many people feel or see a power in that.
It was an act of astonishing cruelty and callousness.
There's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. I think it's called Puerto Rico.
Will you come take it out of my ham? I'm gonna eat half this plate during the break. Maybe I'll call the ICE hotline. I don't know if I'll have enough time.
If somebody's getting deported, I actually find it hilarious. I find you guys to be subhumans.
Since the inauguration, we've seen conservatives lashing out. They're excited. They're calling people slurs as if it's edgy and not just sad. And while this isn't new by any means, it does feel more intense and shameless now that Trump is in office.
And our country will be woke no longer.
But no one is shocked, right? No one is shocked this is happening. Just like no one is shocked who is being targeted. Immigrants.
We're getting the bad, hard criminals out. These are murderers. These are people that have been as bad as you get.
But also trans people.
Since taking office more than a week ago, he's now taken several actions focusing on transgender people.
And really, anyone they've lumped in with the DEI label, including women, black people, the rest of the community.
This is kind of a fun thing that I like to bring up all the time, is that the entire ideology of fascism is to find a marginalized community and throw them under the bus for every possible problem. But the thing is, you eventually run out of people to throw under the bus. So you're eventually just left with a bunch of dudes. So that's what fascists and conservatives want. Just a whole bunch of dudes in the world. Maybe they're secretly in the closet and they want a bunch of dudes in the world.
Community, people with disabilities, and on and on. Everyone knows what we're talking about here. They even made a list for us.
NSF employees were given a list of words, this list of words, to look for in grants and flag them for possible termination. This, by the way, is only a sampling of the words. It's much longer.
At the policy level, it's clear what the point of this is.
Chat, I gotta grab.
Is nothing more than an excuse.
I gotta grab laundry stuff.
Fund,
I'll be right back.
Regulate and gut whatever public agency is on the chopping block. Trump and Elon want to eliminate more and more parts of the government until all they're left with are the cops and the bits that'll keep them rich, cutting out anything and everything that keeps everyone else safe or generally makes life in a society have a point. The rhetoric is working side by side with devastating policies, and those policies are making life worse for everyone, but especially those conservatives are painting as different. If all of that is pretty obvious, the rationale behind why DEI specifically works is a little less clear. That is, until you realize that this kind of thing isn't all that new. It's part of a long American tradition of backlash politics. And to really understand it, to really grasp where this misplaced anger against disenfranchised people is coming from, we're going to need to talk about the economic roots of conservative politics and how liberal politicians like Biden and Obama have played into this. Hey everyone, I just wanted to take a quick second to thank our channel sponsor, Aura. With the recent demonetization wave of left-wing channels, a lot of people have very kindly reached out to ask how they can support our work. One of the best ways to keep this channel afloat and get some quality peace of mind while you're at it is to sign up for Aura using my link. If you're not already familiar with Aura, it's an all-in-one digital safety solution that helps protect against identity theft, financial fraud, and online threats. If you're anything like me, I'm sure you're tired of having dozens of separate subscriptions for every aspect of your life. Since I switched to Aura, I've been able to cancel a bunch of those, because Aura's got everything I need. It's a VPN, antivirus, password manager, encrypted storage, it provides credit monitoring, dark web monitoring, up to $1 million in identity fraud protection, spam call, text, and email blocking, even comprehensive and customizable parental controls, so you can keep your kids, or your aging loved ones, safe online. You can get a 2-week trial completely free when you use my link. That's plenty of time to see whether any of your personal data has been compromised and to opt out of all those obnoxious spam lists. If you're serious about protecting yourself and your loved ones online, give Aura a shot. It's a great service that I personally use, and every sign-up directly supports our work here at Second Thought. Thanks for your consideration. All right, back to the video. Let's talk about backlash.
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 If you haven't heard about it before, backlash, or more commonly, white backlash, is a term we sometimes hear when progressive politics are violently reversed by conservatives. It's usually called white backlash specifically because we've seen this happen mostly when white conservatives violently make sure white people stay above everyone else. The most obvious example of this happened after the Reconstruction era. If you remember, the 15th Amendment made it so that states couldn't deny.
Also, chat, I was listening the whole time. I was getting my laundry together. But yes, this video is, I like it so far, and I love the route that JT is doing. What are you watching? Second thought. Oh, this video is so good. Yes. We're going to watch this one, and we're going to go right into some more news after this.
Black men the right to vote anymore, and as a result, 500,000 black men joined voter rolls and elected nearly 2,000 black representatives. This obviously didn't end racism or white supremacy, but that possibility was scary enough that, in response, white conservatives got to work finding ways to exclude black voters to make sure it never could. You've definitely heard of this already, but the Jim Crow era backlash to Reconstruction meant a whole new list of things designed to keep black voters out, like literacy tests and poll taxes at the voting booth.
Yep. And also, they found every possibility that they could to arrest black people and put them into prison, because in prison, you are still allowed to not pay your laborers. According to the 13th Amendment in the United States of America, you can have prisoners as your slaves.
Parties also ran all-white primaries to make sure black candidates weren't even making it on.
I'm almost done with Andor. Dude. I said at the beginning of the stream, as Cal, Andor is probably my favorite TV show of all time. And it's not really that close. I thought about not streaming today so I could watch Rogue One.
On the ballot, and generally made it near impossible for black Americans to vote or get elected. And it all worked. The poll tax they set up in Georgia, for example, cut black
We're on the way to Kafrine.
Voter turnout in half. Meanwhile, white voters could skirt most of these new laws by being grandfathered in, meaning whatever voting status their grandfather had, they would automatically get too. For black Americans whose grandparents were slaves, this obviously didn't apply. Whites had literal inherited privilege, and so society remained heavily segregated to the benefit of white Americans. But like I said, this didn't stop in the 1800s. The backlash we saw after Reconstruction, we also saw against the civil rights movement in the 60s, the women's movement in the 70s, and the gay rights movement in the 90s. When poll taxes and literacy tests were abolished, for example, backlash happened through new techniques like gerrymandering, voter ID laws, anti-progressive judge appointments, the war on drugs, and more recently, the dismantling of things like affirmative action policies on the grounds of fairness. Meanwhile, by the way, wealthy legacy admissions are completely untouched. And it's not hard to see all this new anti-DEI.
Legacy admissions are affirmative action. So it's crazy that those are allowed to continue when the Supreme Court struck down affirmative action. It is fucking ridiculous that we constantly, every time progress is made, we constantly fucking get sidetracked by this culture war bullshit while billionaires continue to make billions and billions of dollars off our backs.
Stuff as another example of backlash. DEI is the new woke. Woke was the new CRT. CRT was the new BLM. BLM was the new politically correct. And PC was the new civil rights activist, and so on and so on. In the mouths of...
Dude, this video is so good. This video is so good. It is like... kind of... I had an idea for a history we're not taught about the various... not derogatory. The various pejoratives that have been used by conservatives throughout all of history. And just comparing them to modern times and how, like, literally nothing changes.
Conservatives. These words are synonyms for black, trans, gay, woman, and all those things become shorthand for bad, unqualified, entitled, lazy, or undeserving. This might sound exaggerated.
Dog whistles, yes. That's also a very good word for it.
Exaggerated to some people, but we just saw an incredibly obvious example of this when that helicopter crashed into a plane in DC earlier this year.
That a small aircraft collided with a helicopter.
Trying to recover the wreckage from the American Airlines jet and the Army helicopter, both colliding, killing everyone on board the two different aircrafts.
We do not know what led to this crash, but we have some very strong opinions.
Trump immediately blamed DEI in the vaguest terms possible, giving conservatives a long leash to flood social media with their attempts at finding out if anyone involved was indeed DEI, meaning not a straight white guy. They assumed, without needing to...
Chat, if my pilots are not gay, that plane is going down. The Wheatfield, I can't, but I'm done. Yes. The Wheatfield, as cow. I didn't cry as much as the other one that we talked about. But the Wheatfield was definitely powerful. Yeah. I hope you share my praise of Andor, because it is amazing.
Say it explicitly that if everyone involved was a straight white guy, then they couldn't possibly be unqualified. As if white men had a monopoly on being qualified, despite the fact that if there's any group whose race and gender has given them a leg up, it's white men. Knowing full well that the odds were high that someone involved wouldn't fit that bill, the conservative project for the week became finding out every single person involved and, based exclusively on their identity, figure out if they really deserved to be there. And for a minute, they were happy, because one of the pilots was a trans woman. Except, no, she wasn't involved. Jo Ellis, the trans woman misidentified by thousands of conservatives online, is alive and well. But in the frenzy to find a scapegoat, her identity became a lightning rod for the anti-trans backlash crowd. Another piece of evidence in favor of letting the system continue to pump out white supremacy. But let's refocus. To hear the right talk about wanting to say slurs and moving further right explicitly for that purpose, then slashing anything related to progressive causes, they usually imply that it's because the left went too far. As if anybody actually suffered because they were told saying slurs could be inconsiderate. As though DEI policies ever reversed the racist hiring and firing practices of American businesses or resolved the disparities we have in our society. It doesn't matter. Woke was just too much too fast. That's something we've heard a lot from conservatives, particularly from apolitical comedians.
Apolitical. They're apolitical, chat. This is why I need my Make America Great Again hat so I can wear it and say I'm apolitical. I mean, I'm the world's foremost, most apolitical streamer.
But what I haven't told you yet is that even though I keep using the word backlash, almost every single incident of backlash in American history actually took place before progressives had made material progress. All of this stuff, all this conservative anger and reactionary politics, it's almost never based on any actual loss of privilege from what these losers consider normal people, but almost entirely on the fear of losing those privileges.
I will never support somebody that will put me at a disadvantage because of immutable characteristics. Maybe you do not need that. But I think I should be treated fairly, the same as everybody else is.
Dude, I don't understand. I don't understand why people value Asmongold's fucking opinion. The dude lives in filth. He has been fucking privileged his entire fucking life. He's only doing this for the bag. He doesn't fucking believe in this shit. If he does, he's a fucking moron and fell for the dumbest right-wing grifters ever.
And if somebody says that I shouldn't be treated fairly and I should be put at a disadvantage, then I'm going to vote against them. And you can say that it's not fair or whatever. Never.
In their minds, equality is a slippery slope that ends with them at the bottom of the hierarchy. Every attempt to redress inequality is therefore reverse racism or giving them a disadvantage, even though it's obviously not. It's a fear that's well documented and completely unfounded. Let me put it clearly. If you are not born as a normal white guy, you will face obstacles that are unique to your group and that normal white guys won't. And the conservative fear that locks those obstacles in place is a direct product of the conservative politics of racial capitalism. That's actually always been the case. Take the Civil Rights Act. Remember how I mentioned that it also experienced backlash? Well, to be more accurate, prior to it being voted in, conservatives were fear-mongering that it would mean favoritism and special privileges for Black Americans.
The current conservatives do not want you to learn about the civil rights era because they do not want you to learn that they were the people saying these same things. They were the people that were on the streets that were kind of protesting the civil rights activists. They do not want you to know that grandpa and grandma literally did everything in their power physically and politically to make sure that people were not granted equal rights. That's what they are trying to do.
Americans. The Civil Rights Act. Conservatives lied, and white Americans were worried that integration would mean subjugation, that they'd be forced to sell their houses to Black Americans, or that Black people would, quote, take over the country. Again, this was...
I had a second cousin. He posted some bullshit article, and I called him out on it. And he's like, why are you so triggered? I'm like, what are you talking about? I literally, all I did was just say that the article was bogus and that this wasn't true. And he fucking lost his mind. And he goes, I'm not going to give up my house to Black people or something like that. Dude, that's what they were saying back then. He's saying the same thing now. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? What? How do their brains not work? Do they not understand that they can form their own thoughts and not just slurp up everything that's thrown in front of them? That's why we call them hogs, chat. We call them hogs because they eat everything that's put in front of them. They eat everything that's put in front of them. They don't think. They don't think. How many times have we talked about that when there's a conservative thought process on this, it takes like 2 seconds to debunk it and or look up information that will immediately fucking debunk it. Or if you just think for like a split second, it doesn't make any sense.
During the Jim Crow era, and none of that was ever part of the Civil Rights Act, obviously. But the newspapers were filled with calls that the civil rights movement was going too far, moving too fast, that they were being unreasonable. Politicians were getting letters from white voters saying, quote, wait a minute, we've got rights too, as if white people's rights were ever in question. The right mobilized to pump out a message of
all right, thank you for the look.
Action that would block the left on their path to material progress towards equality. thwarting the economic equality that was part of the civil rights movement's demands. The same is true today. DEI initiatives haven't meaningfully transformed the distribution of wealth or power in this country. That doesn't mean it's an entirely bad thing, but by and large, it's a weak attempt by corporations to look less evil without needing to do much. Yes, there are a few women and queer and black people in positions of power, but them just being there hasn't dismantled the system of equality that unfairly targets the...
And this is the problem with liberalism. Liberalism thinks that if you want to battle racism from white billionaires, all you need is black billionaires. No, that doesn't fix the fucking problems. You fix the problems by taxing billionaires to make sure they do not become billionaires, because if they're not going to pay their workers, then they better fucking pay their fair share, because they are only billionaires because they exploit the labor of their workers. CEOs and shit, I can tell you as much as in my experience, especially with my current job, they don't do fucking shit. They literally go golfing constantly, go on vacation constantly. They don't work hard at fucking all. And their employees are the only ones that are putting money in their fucking pockets. I kind of want to do a video on that one about leisure time.
Groups they belong to. Just to remind you, the average black or Latino household is still far below the average white household in terms of wealth, as is the average queer household. Members of all these groups, non-white people, queer people, those with disabilities, are also still experiencing discrimination and harassment at incredibly high rates, on top of higher levels of poverty, homelessness, and unemployment.
You're one black man who went to a good, essentially white high school in the city of New York.
That's
you
correct.
Obviously had had a good education. A good many of the people who work with you here in SNCC can say the same thing.
And we're saying that...
And you're a black man who came from a New York ghetto.
And we're saying that there's a system that allows for one or two black people to get out. And that's the rationale for keeping other black people down.
And it has nothing to do with the unwillingness or inability of the Negro to help himself and to work hard.
Dude, the dehumanizing bullshit that marginalized people have to constantly go through, that they are not intelligent enough to be able to pick themselves up by their bootstraps, or that their people just happen to be lazy. Like, this is all fucking bullshit to justify the oppression of marginalized people. That's it. They're trying to justify the oppression of marginalized people so that the poor people of the controlling class don't realize that they're being fucking exploited as well. They are creating a fake hierarchical argument to say you are better than this person because of the color of your skin, because you're a man. Just dumb fucking bullshit when it's not fucking true.
Rationale that the reason why black people aren't this is because they're lazy, unambitious, stupid, have rhythm, and they eat watermelon.
Nothing's changed. The same year this clip of Kwame Ture was filmed, 1966, columnists in major newspapers were still writing that if the Johnson administration, quote, insists upon ignoring and trampling majority rights in efforts to favor minority groups, they may in time provoke a white revolution. When we focus on the language of backlash like this, we can make it seem like the problem is progressives asking for too much, somehow. As if these simple demands for equality, generations old and still unanswered, are forcing conservatives into reaction. And that's just not the case. Backlash doesn't just happen. It's produced.
This is just like Ethan Klein saying that Arabic people forced Jewish people to become Zionists. Like, you don't force people to become fucking racist or bloodthirsty. You teach that. You teach that shit. You teach that. And not only do you teach that, you propagandize that shit to reinforce the reactionary nature of it.
Actively by conservatives. This media ecosystem, the discriminatory laws, the letter writing campaigns, and the civil society groups that protested against things like the ERA, this required funding, militancy, and effort from conservatives. This cruelty, then, it's not some spur-of-the-moment anti-woke response to arrogant woke-scolding liberals. It's part and parcel of the conservative political project, and it comes straight out of other things like their obsession with borders. See, part of the current obsession with the border is that it's an acceptable way to engage in racial capitalism for conservatives and liberals alike. Capitalism and capitalists have always been able to use race to distinguish people and use their differences to put people into deserving and undeserving boxes. Labels like DEI become shorthand for these boxes in popular culture while keeping plausible deniability, by the way. In any case, those in the deserving box get well-paid jobs and/or a high social status, or at the very least, they can enjoy a safety net of some kind, knowing that for as bad as things might get for them, they will always be worse for those in the undeserving box. And once you've made a box, what is true for race can be true for differentiating people along any lines, meaning gender, sexuality, ability.
Just cooking but back. Hope you cook some good food, Escow.
Whatever you want. Until recently, all of that was fair game in everyday discourse. Plenty of politicians could get away with saying that black people, women, queer people, people with disabilities deserved less. It went without saying. Things are a little better now that that's not so true anymore, except when it is, like with immigrants. While centrist politicians can't attack most of the groups I've just named and get away with it unscathed, groups like immigrants are fair game. The Biden and Obama administrations were rolling out dozens of policies denying asylum seekers, throwing immigrants in Guantanamo Bay, and—
Wait, you're telling me Joe Biden and Barack Obama were actually doing right-wing policies? No. But they're liberal darlings. They do left-wing things. Chat, it's almost like liberalism is right-wing. Weird.
Funneling more and more money to Border Patrol in equal measure to Trump, and they could do it without uproar or fear of being unseated. And just like with other backlash movements, this turn against immigrants happened based on nothing. There is no such thing as a migration crisis. Since the 1800s, immigrants have been a roughly steady 15% of the US population. And by all available metrics, immigrants are no better or worse than the average American. Because
I didn't know that about the 15%. But that's good to know.
Of course they aren't. They have only positive impacts on things like Social Security.
I knew that.
No negative impacts on things like native-born wages and employment. Not that thinking along these lines is even right, because just because you're born here doesn't mean you deserve more than another human being. Anyway, racial capitalism. All of these politicians are neoliberals. They are comfortable with the fact that the state has changed its job. It's given up on welfare and the idea that life should improve for everyone across the board, and instead doubled down on policing and categorizing people. Something that they can do easily at the border, and that they can easily transfer to applying within the rest of the US. Like we're seeing today with ICE.
Ooh.
With the rest of the backlash politics, the intensification of border policing comes from a baseless—
I like it, JT. JT segues into modern times and everything. It was pretty good. Saw a video the other day saying the reason Palestinians are suffering today is because everyone who didn't vote for Kamala over the Israeli stance and how selfish all these people are. Donald Trump got a ceasefire. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden didn't get a ceasefire. I was like, yeah, because Biden did so much for Palestine. Yeah, it's literally come out that Israel was fucking shocked that the United States didn't push back more. Israel is saying it was shocked the United States wasn't telling them to stop. What?
Fear of being replaced, and the assumption that that would mean an inversion of the hierarchy. Again, nothing like that has or will happen. But because other forms of discrimination have become socially less acceptable, differentiating the deserving from the undeserving in a socially acceptable way still needs to exist. Hence, the all-out war on immigrants. And slowly but surely, the pool starts to get bigger again. First, saying Mexicans are rapists goes down relatively smoothly for about half the country. Then all of a sudden, the question becomes, well, why shouldn't I be able to use the F-slur? I don't really mean it, until I do. This approach sucks, and it protects the wealthy from scrutiny. By beating up on immigrants and then everyone else, conservatives can give their base the impression that they're getting things done without actually helping them. Beating up immigrants doesn't help you. Discriminating against queer...
Dude, it's the fucking Lyndon Johnson quote. It's the Lyndon Johnson quote. You convince a poor white man that he is higher than a black man. They will not only back you, they will also hand money to you. I butchered the quote, but that's it.
And disabled people doesn't help you. Meanwhile, the tariffs make everything more expensive, and SpaceX gets another round of government contracts. The gap between the deserving and undeserving has gotten wider, but everyone moved down except the very richest people on Earth. If women, black people, queer people, people with disabilities, and immigrants can be paid less, denied benefits and healthcare, and locked into gig work, if their homelessness can be swept under the rug, and this is all tolerable because they're undeserving, then as long as those in the in-group aren't pushed down to that same level, the wealthy can slowly lower the acceptable status for everyone. This is where backlash comes in. DEI initiatives signal to the in-group that their status being on the inside is no longer a safety net from the collective freefall we're all trapped in. These initiatives give conservatives the idea that status is now distributed differently. Even though it's not actively making life better for the majority of working class people, regardless of their race, gender, or ability, it doesn't matter. The fear of becoming indistinguishable from the racially subordinated, and of living lives of no more security or privilege than them, resurrects the most extreme forms of racial protectionism. Here's the truth. We are all living in a world where the New Deal was destroyed by liberals and conservatives both. Gig work is everywhere. Our healthcare sucks. Higher ed is a debt nightmare. But not everybody experiences it to exactly the same degree or in the same specific ways. The legacies of privilege are still with us and can still give some people a leg up. But DEI discourse gives conservatives the idea that this is slipping away. And instead of fighting for everyone's liberation from this death spiral, the lack of guarantees for those who used to benefit from the top dog status is sparking a new anger. Not at the wealthy, who get to stand behind the president and who actively make your life worse, dear conservative viewer. But at those who have been racialized, those who the border has separated out.
Also, it's kind of crazy that JT thinks that a conservative viewer will have watched this much of the video. What's up, Jay?
Those who are too cozy with the undeserving, those who can be cast aside, all the people you share far more in common with than you do any billionaire. So what good are the slurs then? This is how we started the video, after all. On some level, it's probably not very...
Can only hope, right? Yeah.
Conservatives are feeling emboldened by an administration that's egging that stuff on. They're having fun saying a bad word even though they're not supposed to. And all these conservative pundits are there to wink at them and tell them it's okay. It is painfully lame for the rest of us, but whatever. Within the context of conservative politics, though, these slurs, they're also something else. They're a clear attempt by conservatives to define themselves as part of the in-group by clearly stating who's out, by associating the undeserving...
Oh my God, this is such a great take. Oh my God, this is such a good take. I love that he's pointing this out. So these conservatives are literally freaking out that they want to be part of the in-group. So them using slurs will make them think that they are part of the in-group. That is hilarious. But you're right, the second they realize what this video is about, they will put their fingers in their ears and recite the Lord's Prayer. No, they'll just click it off and go watch Hannity or something like that.
Or lame or stupid label with someone who is other, someone who doesn't conform, someone who they can signal that they are different and better than. They're advertising to each other that they shouldn't be kicked out. They know that the borders between who's in and who's out are blurry, so they're making sure that everyone knows that they aren't DEI or whatever. The conservative movement isn't exclusively white men, but it is exclusively
Fucking Twitch just reset what I was typing.
people who all agree that they're part of the good ones, and that as proud members of the good ones, they will fight to keep the bad guys down, proving it to each other by being as mean.
Chat, I've mentioned this. I grew up in a fairly racist area, and I have definitely heard the term the good ones used many a times. My previous girlfriend was a minority, and I explained to her that my mother's side of the family are conservative, and she didn't quite understand it. She's like, well, what are they going to think about me? I'm like, they're going to consider you one of the good ones. And she didn't quite understand that. So I pointed out to her, when they say one of the good ones, they're saying they hate all the people that look like you, except you. You're one of the ones that we tolerate. When in reality, if they would actually have conversations with people that looked like her, they would have the same in common with them. So, very frustrating. DI killing people is bullshit. Last time I checked, is so minorities have an equal chance to eat like everyone else. Yeah. Can't even count how many times it was told to me. Yeah.
And cruel and careless to those they desperately don't want to be associated with. But just know that neoliberalism isn't sparing anyone, conservatives included. The party's over for all of us. And sadly, for a lot of people, just believing in the fantasy that you can be spared because you're the right kind of person can sometimes be enough. So if you're not ready to fight for equality, if you're too stupid or arrogant to see that you're next on the chopping block, why not be cruel if it'll make you feel safe and powerful in the meantime?
For a split second. Fucking goddamn JT does some great goddamn videos. That was a banger. Banger video. Banger video by Second Thought. Chat, go check it out. Give it a thumbs up. Give it a watch. Like me, a disabled person, they were trying to stop me from getting hired because of the push to get rid of it. Luckily, the ADA still exists. Yeah, also the ADA was passed by a conservative president. Also, Jay, they don't want you to get a job because they want you to starve and they want you to not live anymore. They are literally doing eugenics to deprive you of any amenities so that you will no longer be with us. This is what the Nazis did. Except the Nazis didn't do it like this. They literally took people with disabilities, along with Jewish people, along with leftists, and they put them in camps and killed them. There is a very clear path that they are taking, that they are trying. You are doomed. If you do not learn from history, you are doomed to repeat it. He never stoops either. Always says it straight, but in a very kind way. Yeah. Nazis did do it to people that have what I have, and I have MD. Yeah, no, I'm saying the Nazis did it, but I'm saying they didn't do it in this way where they are hoping that you just go away. The Nazis literally took them into camps and eradicated them. Yeah, now they aren't coming out and say it. Yes. They are doing eugenics. They are doing eugenics but it's what they want. Yeah. They're doing eugenics in a sneaky way that the normal person will not understand it. And it is up to people like us to point it out. So, continuing with the theme of being allowed to say certain words now. We're going to check out some more news' video on the right's war on empathy. Because remember, the right is super, super religious and do unto others as you wish to do unto you is definitely not a thing, apparently. Which is the whole anti-woke thing. Just say you don't like black or gay people instead of disguising it as a buzzword. Yeah, but when they say that, when they say they don't like black or gay people, when they say that, they are ostracized in society. So that's why they don't do that, because everybody knows that being a racist isn't good anymore. Just like, I don't know, most of the time back in the day, it wasn't good to be a Nazi. It happens so often that when Nazis are outed as Nazis, the entire Nazis disavow the person. This is what happens. I was watching a video with a historian, and he keeps reminding us that when we learn about World War II and Nazi Germany, we learn about it a year or a few months. So the timing of how long it took from they don't really mean it to the camps was a lot longer than you realize. Yeah. But anyway, back to some more news. I love reacting to these videos, but goddamn, they're so fucking long. They're so long, but they're so good.
Beep, 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 beep. Breaking news at 11 or whatever time you're watching this. JD Vance
8:52.
Also, I've just received word that Donald Trump, the 47th president of the United States, is mean. Damn, not the adjective I was hoping for, but yeah, here's some news. Donald Trump is a meanie. I know, right? Crime.
He's so chaotic, I love it.
I am so triggered right now about how Donald Trump, the president, kidnapped an innocent person and deported him to a prison in El Salvador, the one place he specifically wasn't supposed to be deported to if he were ever to be deported, and then refused a Supreme Court ruling to facilitate his return, and then sat down with the president of El Salvador to sneer at reporters about it, acting baffled about the concept of returning him, and claimed the man they, by their own admission, accidentally deported is actually a terrorist after all.
The question is preposterous. How can I smuggle a terrorist into the United States?
Dude, I didn't talk about this enough. It is insane that Bukele said, I have to smuggle him back into the country. What the fuck are you talking about? Fly him into the United States with the approval of the president of the fucking United States, who literally admitted that he shouldn't have been deported there. Why are you talking about smuggling him? That's fucking insane. Hi, Key Lime.
I don't have the power to return him to the United States.
Well, they'd love to have a criminal, released into
I mean, there's...
He's not a criminal!
Would love it.
Yeah.
They're sick. These are sick people.
Wowee, and also, gosh.
Or SCOTUS, who told him to return him. Yeah. Well, I mean, they don't acknowledge SCOTUS's power at all.
Someone should probably remove that man from office, he said. Triggered. You know, since this one instance isn't an anomaly, but part of a pattern of the president having...
He'd have to do a prison break and everything too, just so much effort. That's true. That's true. In order to get a prisoner out who is under your jurisdiction, you have to do a prison break.
People disappeared for thought crimes, or sometimes no crimes at all, and is now endeavoring to have US-born citizens, or homegrowns as he called them, also sent to El Salvador prisons, from which it appears death is the only escape. And it's weird that I'm not at all using hyperbole right now. It's weird that Secretary of State Marco Rubio has flat out said that the government will be deporting people for, quote, past, current, or expected beliefs, statements, or associations that are otherwise lawful. Pretty weird.
That's insane. You are throwing somebody in jail for a thought. For having a thought. I tell you, I got a lot of thoughts that I cannot say because of Twitch terms and services, but they're thoughts. That was wild that he said that on camera and didn't care. Yeah. Dude, they are above the law. Remember that.
Weird might not be the right word, actually, but also it's weird that, considering what I just said, every American isn't marching to the White House right now demanding the president be removed from office and jailed, or at the very least, sternly glanced at. And in fact, it's super weird that a portion of Americans are actually into this right now.
Yeah.
They are rooting for the tidal wave barreling toward them in real time because it'll also crush the people they don't like. It's as if, for a lot of folks, hate has won. Like an army of little Anakin Skywalkers, they collectively choke their Padmes to spite their Obi-Wans. And
Okay, I do gotta say this. I did see a meme about Padme getting choked by Anakin. And instead of Padme saying, "Oh my God, you're hurting me," Padme says, "Harder." And Anakin and Obi-Wan kind of look at each other like, what the fuck? It was probably one of the funnier memes I've seen.
So, I guess before we bang out the logistics of dethroning and prosecuting a budding dictator, we have to figure out why so many Americans don't seem to grasp the basic idea that we should care about other people. Specifically, it's time to talk about the Republican war on empathy. Sounds like a gas.
One of us is here to say...
Oh, this is good.
The right-wing
It's good
war
graphics.
on empathy. Chamber.
This is good. This is good graphics, but not as good as my top of the hour ad breaks. Because the top of every hour, run a 3-minute ad. If you want to avoid the ads, you can pay $5.99 for a subscription, or get lucky and get gifted a sub. Or you can link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and get a free monthly subscription from Daddy Bezos to your favorite streamer. Hopefully that's me. If it's not me, hopefully it's one of my friends. But here comes the 3-minute ad break now.
Almost quaint to discuss how Donald
6
Trump,
out of 10. I'll take that.
president, at least as of filming this, is a vulgar and unpleasant man. But what I do need to remind people of is that the Republican Party around him used to convey shock and horror about the things he said early in his political career. I'm not saying every or even most politicians were acting with decency before Trump, but rather that Trump had absolutely no interest in pretending to follow decorum and simply led with cruelty, which initially terrified his party, who tried to push him out like a racist splinter. They thought that by nominating such an obviously mean-spirited man, it would tank the election for them. But Trump shoved himself in there, you know, like a rapist would, and despite running the most overtly toxic campaign, won the presidency. And with that, we were cooked. Poorly. Burnt.
It's also insane to think that the two elections that Donald Trump won, he was fucking surprised that he won. He was literally surprised he won in 2016, and he was surprised he won in 2024. Like, how dumb of a country are we that we elected the guy that didn't even think he was gonna fucking win? I just... Looking at American politics and using the phrase "what can go wrong will go, what can go wrong will go wrong" as a crystal ball of what's going to happen in the future, the fact that that is correct 90% of the time is crazy. And the fact that there's people literally calling what they're going to do, and they've been right all the fucking time, and nobody's listening to them. What the fuck are we doing? Why are we sleepwalking into this? God, I just want to watch sports, and I just want to watch movies. I just want to watch incredible artwork. I don't want to talk about this shit. I don't want to talk about this shit. I want this shit to be fucking taken care of. I want people to be taken care of. Like, why? It's so frustrating. And then they're surprised when they do. Yeah. Pikachu face. Pikachu face.
Trump's victory signaled to all that politicians need not hide their cruelty or disdain, and in fact could thrive by running on a proud lack of empathy. His supporters found it refreshing because, well, most politicians are bastards, right? Remember that saxophone sex pest? Or the idiot? Remember the idiot? Or the one who did Sky murders? Or the racist one? So...
The racist ones. Also, they included Obama on that with the racist one. They included Obama on that. They included Obama on that. Chat, do you know why Obama needs to be included on that? Because Barack Obama, during the first Black Lives Matter stretch, called the Black Lives Matter people thugs, and that they had no right to stand up for that. Now, I will admit, at that time, I was not as knowledgeable as I am now, I also had similar thoughts, but I have grown and become a better person. And I understand the mistakes that I made in the past and the problems with my ideology of my past.
So at least Trump was open about it, you know? And of course, his brutality was aimed at the, quote, right people. Cut to now, and no one even bats an eye when the President of the United States says this.
Do you have a plan to go visit the site or meet with any of the
I have a
first
plan
responders?
to visit, not the site, because you tell me, what's the site? The water?
Or to meet with
Want
the
me to go
first
swimming?
responders down there?
I don't have a plan to do that.
Now, you can say that's kind of funny out of context, I guess, but he's talking about an airplane crash site where 67 people died. Most of them Americans, not that that matters either way. Never mind that he said this while in the process of mass firing FAA employees or baselessly blaming DEI for the crash. Just that clip alone used to be more than enough to end a political career, and it's now old news. And of course, it's just one of thousands of clips we could show of Trump saying or doing something that would have been a scandal for anyone else 11 years ago. Here's one of his early hits.
I don't know what I said.
Oh, God.
I don't remember.
I cannot believe they voted for a guy that did this.
He's going like, I don't remember. Oh, maybe that's what I said.
What a piece of shit, right? And while this progression alone is fascinating and disturbing, we've learned that Trump is just ground zero for the normalization of vitriolic behavior. While it seemed like no one could get away with being like Trump during his first term, his second victory has seemingly opened the floodgates for proud sadists and bigots, no more prevalent than in his direct circle. Trump appears to be rewarding sociopathic behavior. His current Secretary of Homeland Security, for example, shot a puppy.
Yeah.
Again, it's weird that I'm not being hyperbolic at all when I said that just now. She led a puppy to a...
That is actually, I love that he keeps making this joke throughout this entire video, saying it is weird that I am not making this up, that I'm not being hyperbolic at all to make this seem worse than it actually is. This is legitimately what happened. I love that he's making that joke. I love he's making that joke.
Gravel pit like it was big pussy, and then executed the puppy, and then told everyone about it proudly, and then Trump gave her a job. He also appointed as the general
Is it a
counsel
joke
to the
though?
U.S. Office
I mean,
of Personnel.
It's not a joke. He's just saying, like, I'm not being hyperbolic, but like, it's funny that he keeps going back to it.
Management, Andrew Kloster, who once wrote online, "Consent is probably modern society's most pernicious fetish, and slaves owe us."
Of course, there's one more season of Big Mouth coming. I haven't watched Big Mouth. I think I watched Big Mouth season 2. I don't even know if I finished the second season. I think it's a good TV show for like teenage kids to like understand that everybody fucking has growing pains and that other people are going through it. Even though I guess it's technically rated R or mature.
Us reparations. Oh, also he once earned himself a restraining order for...
It's cool, but my parents hate it. It wasn't made for your parents. I remember when The Onion had to come out and say that they couldn't make up something more wild than the truth during Trump's first term. Yeah. Dude, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Domestic violence. So I guess he practices what he preaches. Trump also appointed Darren Beattie as acting undersecretary for public diplomacy and public affairs. And he is a white nationalist. Again, not hyperbole. He literally attended a white nationalist conference and tweeted, "Competent white men must be in charge if you want things to work. Unfortunately, our entire national ideology is predicated on coddling the feelings of women and minorities and demoralizing competent white men."
These are people that are running your country. What are we doing? What are we doing? Why are these people getting jobs? These people shouldn't get jobs fucking running cash registers, but they are running the fucking country. What the fuck is going on? Is that one hyperbole? You might say this right now.
Beattie also said that Black author Ibram X. Kendi needs to learn his place and take a knee to MAGA,
Jesus Christ.
learn his proper role in our society, and called for the sterilization of low IQ trash. So, yes, he's a Nazi. But even worse, he's unoriginal. I mean, get new material. What did you do, steal Goebbels' Type 5? Come on, you hack! Who is now an appointed government employee. And speaking of unoriginal Nazis, we can't forget Elon Musk. Do we have a clip of Elon Musk we can show for reference, in case just people don't remember what he looks like? Some kind of neutral file photo type image. Perhaps a moving image that best reflects him at this moment in time.
He grunted! He fucking grunted! He grunted and did it twice! Unrelated? Of course. Of course unrelated, Nomar. He grunted. He grunted and did it twice. He grunted and did it twice. Dude, I can't believe that people don't acknowledge his Nazism. Not only did he fucking hit the Nazi salute hard twice with oomph, he also believes in eugenics. He has this obsession with fucking breeding numbers. He hates trade unions and trade unionists and anything that is threatening his bank account. That's like 3 of the biggest Nazi things.
That's the guy. Now, we here at the Shody obviously try and succeed at avoiding talking about Elon Musk over the course of many episodes spanning years. But sadly, he's a high-ranking general in the war on empathy. He also invokes 2 aspects of this war I want to point out. For starters, Elon's cruelty shows the clear difference between punching up and punching down. Punching up is, of course, when derision is aimed at those in power, often by the disenfranchised, in order to gain back a little bit of power from them. For example, mercilessly mocking the world's richest man for being a sad loser with no friends while he sits in the dark and the tutorial missions to a game he claims to be the very best at. That's punching up. And I'd argue that it's fine and extremely hilarious, and in fact encouraged when you're doing it to someone who's actively oppressing large groups of helpless people. When we talk about the war on empathy, we're not talking about this. What we are talking about is the world's richest man regularly and casually using the R slur while holding a political position, and thus normalizing the abuse of disabled people. You see the difference? If you claim that you can't,
Hassan mentioned,
you're a liar. Elon Musk especially loves targeting disabled people. For example, when Dylan Hetler-Gaudet, the nonpartisan project on government oversight director of government affairs, testified in the House about Doge's conflicts of interest, the lack of experience of the kid.
Wait. Did he testify with sunglasses on? Did he testify with sunglasses on? Oh, now I feel bad. Chat, he's blind. Insert foot into mouth. Whoops.
Kids running it, and the firing of the inspectors general, instead of offering some kind of rebuttal, Elon Musk and Trump supporters simply went out.
There it is. There it is. I'm going to let the video play while I finish my laundry. I will be right back.
After Dylan for being blind. You see? Because watchdog, it has the word watch in it. Yeah, right? They apparently think you need to literally watch something to be a witness. So Musk cry laugh emoji retweeted some meme account mocking Dylan for being blind, while claiming he's also paid by Soros for some reason. I mean, we know the reason. This is all perhaps particularly ironic, as some of our own patrons have pointed out, and as Musk himself has admitted. His AI, Grok, is named after the word grok from the novel Stranger in a Strange Land. Grok in the novel means to understand deeply or intuitively, even to the point of becoming one with the thing understood.
Hi, Okash. Who are we fighting? Oh, he walks away when I get here. Cool, 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 cool. I'm going to bed anyway. Good night, Okash. Thank you for the lurk. I hope you have a good night's rest. No, I'm walking away because I made a joke. I said, did that person testify with sunglasses on? And that person was blind. So I was inserting my foot into my mouth. Because I said something without looking it up. Chat, don't do that.
So, radical empathy. But he doesn't understand or engage in empathy himself unless he's weaponizing it for his own gain, which we will get to later. The second thing I want to point out with Elon Musk is that there is a general gleefulness and catharsis in their open cruelty, as if perhaps the guy who grew up rich in an apartheid was always like this and only now gets to act like it. Trump has given these people permission to take their masks off. I'd argue that if we ever make it out of this, we should make sure not to ever let them put those masks back on. In the meantime, they are running around like naked children in the sprinkler, boldly flashing their cruelty in defiance. Trump personally took the time to mock the federal workers he's been harassing and firing indiscriminately with a SpongeBob meme, while Musk somehow managed to take an even worse approach by invoking and quoting the film Office Space before, of course, completely misunderstanding the point of it. They love their memes and their AI, folks. Probably because they have no shred of creativity in their bodies, making fucking Studio Ghibli AI images of ICE detaining a crying person like human rights abuses are the new Harlem Shake. Literally. No hyperbole here. The official White House Twitter posted an ASMR video of people being deported in shackles. Like, holy moly, I certainly don't want to be dragged to the gulag, but if I do, can it at least not be while someone is playing that fucking crab rave song? Final See, it would still be terrible to be quietly and solemnly deporting people the way ICE is currently operating. I think going back to the idea that Trump is refreshing, some might point out that Biden was also doing mass deportations, but not celebrating it. And that celebration, that glee, does matter. It is a pivot from a politician invoking unnecessary evil to a politician saying, actually, the evil thing is good and funny. And then finally, actually, the evil thing is good, and let's do even more evil things. And I'm not joking at all about that. Here's Republican Valentina Gomez, who is...
Like I said, pure chaos. Yeah. I want to watch more of some more news on stream, but they're an hour fucking long and I pause everything. Sometimes I wonder how he can hold a straight face with some of this. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of outtakes.
Currently running for Congress in Texas, posting an image of herself pretending to shoot a detained immigrant. Yeah, that's very funny joke, you see. I mean, there's no punchline, but surely she's joking about wanting to execute immigrants. And of course, this cruelty isn't exclusive to immigration. Why would it be? For example, it is just open season on trans people now. Here's Jesse Waters, who is just aching to be thrown up on, casually joking about teen suicide.
How many trans teens killed themselves today, Jessica?
I didn't get my update yet. I don't know.
Well, no, because you guys said that if you wouldn't let trans teens do whatever they wanted, they were going to become suicidal. So I'm just wondering, you know, between this and the no surgeries, we should see a rash of teenage suicide this year, right? Obviously, I'm being sarcastic because that was a BS.
He is fucking scum. He is the scum of the fucking earth. I am doing thoughts in my head that I cannot say. This privileged motherfucker who is dumb as fucking bricks, who also deflated the tires in his future wife's car to force her to speak to him, has never worked a day in his fucking life And nobody has ever loved him at all in his fucking life. I cannot believe the words that came out of his fucking mouth. And if anybody said anything remotely fucking close to that about any conservatives, he would be the first fucking one clutched at his goddamn pearls. Fucking hate conservatives. They're all fucking scum. They all think like this. They might not outright say it, but under the veneer of their liberalism of making things look good, they are thinking this.
Yes, excuse.
Hey, Jesse, those suicides around anti-trans laws, they're in the news, you trash bag.
Oh, look at that.
Helps. Also, it wasn't an excuse, it was a reason, and it wasn't letting trans teens do whatever they wanted. And of course, it's never been swell for trans people in America, but it's super not swell now. Here's South Carolina Republican Representative Nancy Mace using the T slur to refer to transgender people in the middle of a hearing on USAID.
USAID awarded $2 million to strengthen trans-led organizations to deliver gender-affirming health care in Guatemala. So to each of you this morning, does this advance the interests of American citizens paying for in Guatemala to the tune of $2 million?
And
I don't really care. You want penises in women's bathrooms, and I'm not going to have it.
That's a congressional hearing.
This person is literally a swinger and was not this psychotic until she was redistricted into a far-right district. This woman got more entrenched in her seat and became more psychopathic. Chat, it's like basically confirmed that she's into swinging. Like, how do they not have any self-awareness for any of this? Like, even Elon Musk using the R word. He's a self-admitted autistic, and he's openly using the R word to refer to other people. I don't understand. Time for bed, chat. Good night, Ascal. Have a good night's rest. Glad you finished Andor. I hope you enjoyed it.
About fucking international aid. It's interesting how quickly it went from integrity of women's sports to I get to yell slurs now, isn't it? Almost like they were never actually concerned and just wanted to be bigots. And now they get to be. Boy, someone should shake that woman's hand a little hard, or just normal, causing her to freak out and claim she was assaulted. Because as we all know, these people love to dish out abuse.
Also, she used to say she was pro LGBTQ. Yeah, she's also bi too. That was part of the swinging thing. She's also bi. Yeah, the depravity is fucking horrendous.
Use and then cry foul the moment they feel threatened. Perhaps we should talk about that a little later. But Nancy isn't the only slovenly ghoul feeling empowered to verbally.
Enjoy the rest of this video, but try not to have a heart attack because the examples of this video are totally heinous. Well, chat, at least you're gonna get some entertainment of me freaking the fuck out over this bullshit.
Attack trans people. During a House Committee on Foreign Affairs meeting, Republican Representative Keith Self called Representative Sarah McBride Mr. Sarah McBride is the first openly transgender woman in the House of Representatives. And watch how quickly Keith Self crumples when both Sarah McBride and Representative Bill Keating stand up to him.
I now recognize the representative from Delaware, Mr. McBride.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ranking Member Keating, also wonderful.
Mr.
I'm
Chairman,
sorry.
could you repeat your introduction again, please?
Yes, we have set the standard on the floor of the House, and I'm simply.
What is that standard, Mr. Chairman? Would you repeat what you just?
Okay, I will admit that what she did calling him Madam Chairman was probably enough, because they would lose their minds with that. But it's awesome to see him stand up for her. But ultimately, this hearing gets concluded because of it, and she could not do her job as a representative. Because this dude decides to be a piece of shit. It's almost like they don't want trans people to be seen as normal people. They want them to continue to be seen as this, ooh, they're mysterious. We don't know what they're like, so therefore we shouldn't allow them to have rights. But as soon as the country begins to accept trans people as human beings, which they have, and see them as normal people, it'll be just like when the United States started accepting gay people, where it's no longer a problem. Hi, Emily. You came in at an interesting moment. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're having a good hump day. Congratulations on the first.
Just said when you introduced a duly elected representative from the United States of America. Please.
I will. The representative from Delaware, Mr. McBride.
Mr. Chairman, you are out of order. Mr. Chairman, have you no decency? I've come to know you a little bit, but this is not decent.
We will continue this.
You will not continue it with me unless you introduce a duly elected representative the right way.
This hearing is adjourned.
Oh, you know every politician dreams of getting to yell, "Have you no decency?" in a hearing. It's like coming to them. Something they're actually not allowed to do until they leave office. Fun fact. Also, awesome work, Bill Keating. Seriously, that energy is what we need. Refuse to allow it. And listen to the stammering of the bully when he's called out. The weak little excuses. He immediately slinks away like
This is why I believe in bullying the bully. I believe in bullying the bully. Because as soon as you bully the bully understands what it's like to be on the receiving end of this. And they back down almost immediately. Almost every time.
a flaccid little baby he is. Babies are so flaccid, you guys. Because that's what happens when you stand up to a bully. That's why they are bullies. Because they're weak little freaks who are using what power they have to lash out. Right until you call them out on it. Or, I guess, shake their hand slightly hard. Or ask them when their next town hall will be, while in the sacred space of an aisle in a makeup.
Chat, did you notice the closed captions? Did you notice the closed captions? Fun trans palette cleanser when you feel like you need it. I'll keep this over here for now. I'll keep this over here for now. And when I need it, I will bring it up.
Store.
Do you want to keep going and keep harassing me? You could have gone to a dozen town halls last year.
I asked if you're doing any more this year.
Oh, the closed captions wasn't correct. That's why it had that. I thought they were sending subliminal messages to Nancy Mace.
It was one simple question.
Yeah.
Are you doing a
I've already done one. I'll do plenty more.
More this year was a simple question.
You're always invited.
Okay, sweet. Well,
And by the way, I voted for gay marriage twice.
What does that have to do with
so
me?
I'm just saying.
You're a disgrace. I asked you a simple question, and you just to go on this tirade and tell me F you.
Yeah, f you.
Disgusting.
Get out of my face.
She posted that because she thought it would make her look good. These people are sad little cowards and losers across the board. They always have.
But yeah, Super Loops, I enjoy some more news as well. The videos are so fucking long. They're so long and I pause everything. This is a problem.
Have been. But through some unimaginable glitch, they have been elected and appointed to lead. And ultimately, their cruelty stems from that knowledge in the pit of their stomachs that they will never be cool or liked or accepted. Trump is, in a lot of ways, still just sitting in that White House correspondence event, being dissed by Obama. That one verbal drone strike, in all likelihood, is what continues to fuel him to this day. He's just a petty, tiny fart of a man, inspiring an army of other petty and tiny farts to do petty and tiny cruelty. And since they can't reconcile with that obvious fact, they have to justify it. And so after the break, we're going to talk about that justification and how it's grown into something even more.
I love his Jordan Peterson videos. They're insanely long. Yeah, and like, if I was watching them on my own, it wouldn't be a problem because I watch it at 2 times speed. Because I watch all my videos at 2 times speed. But when I'm watching it with you all wonderful people, I can't watch it at 2 times speed because you all might not be able to watch videos at 2 times speed.
Sinister than a few memes. So that'll be fun. Wait, am I going to be detained for this show and put it?
That is on brand for you. Thanks, Superloose. I appreciate the psychoanalysis that you continue to do on me.
El Salvador and Gulag? I'm sorry, that just occurred to me. I should check. Mother's Day? Nobody ever expects Mother's Day to come along, and if there's one thing I know moms love,
Ethical Reacts.
It's flowers. Flowers and phone numbers. 2 things. Flowers and phone numbers and websites. 3 things. And you can find all 3 of those things together at 1-800-Flowers.com. It satisfies my mom's need to get flowers from a place that's both a phone number and a website.
Vegas stores are fucking scary sometimes. Yeah, there are tons of people there that ride with the dolls, but I am in a conservative state, so I never know what I'm going to get. Yeah, I get it. Because in my experience, the people that use the most amount of makeup are usually conservative people because they're trying to mask their ugliness. And I'm speaking physically and emotionally. I think emotionally works.
And let me tell you, the bouquets you get from 1-800-Flowers.com are top tier. To quote Katie Stoll, it's beautiful, she said. The roses are stunning, the service is exceptional, the phone number is a website. Your mom, grandmother, or wife mother will be blown away by the quality of these flowers and that you remembered Mother's Day. Your chief weapon is surprise.
Did he just say wife mother?
Surprise and a website. 2 flower-achieving weapons. And right now, to make Mother's Day even sweeter, when you order 1 dozen roses, they'll double it to 2 dozen for free. To claim the Double Your Roses offer, go to 1-800-Flowers.com/news. That's 1-800-Flowers.com/news. Just remember one thing, no spaces in that website, okay? Or dashes, all right? It's remember two things, no spaces or dashes. Just 1-800-Flowers.com/news. One more time, 1-800.
Chat, I thought about going to 1-800-Flowers to get my mom flowers last minute, but I was like, I can't do that. I can't do that because it's probably gonna be uber expensive and it's probably too late.
1-800-Flowers.com/news. 2 more times. 1-800-Flowers.com/news. You know what? 3 more times. 1-800-Flowers.com/news. 4 more times. Please stop me. 1-800-Flowers.
Could you use the Shody code? That is true. Except I'm not watching the Shody code until right now.
Flowers.com/news. 5 more times. No.
Time. It's all we have. Well, in
Ethical
addition
Reacts,
to this,
Ethical Reacts,
in
Ethical Reacts.
Bones, family, friends, glorious sunshine, and Hulu's Will Trent. But if you
I'll be happy when we are past this holiday solidly. You don't like Mother's Day?
season for endless
Fucking time travel goes.
grocery store and kitchen.
I wish time travel existed. So I could take myself from 5 years ago out back and beat the shit out of them. And say, hey, you dumbass, the world is about to go into shit. You need to get your rear in gear and get shit together and start warning people and start doing shit. So yeah, that's what I would do if time travel existed. I've been having a really hard time with it this year. I'm sorry, Super Loops. I understand.
Blah. Well, there's Hungry Root. Hungry Root is like having your own personal shop.
No, just local time travel for the flower referral code. I could.
Shopper and nutritionist all wrapped into one. They take care of the groceries, a very old-fashioned word, and plan meals tailored to your needs so you can spend time making sure those friends and bones are where they should be. There's no high fructose
Chat, should I start doing ads?
corn syrup, artificial sweeteners, or preservatives in anything you get from Hungry Root. And they only source the
Imagine being petty enough to use it for that.
quality meat and seafood that never has hormones or antibiotics. You can trust the food you're getting and allocate more time to those animated bone flesh factories we call relatives.
Thank you for adding that, Emily.
Folks,
I still have the playlist
seriously,
handy.
Look at me. I love Hungry Root.
We just haven't done
I
reacts in a
truly
while.
do. Everything I have gotten from them is absolutely delicious, and it has inspired me in my own home cooking. So, take advantage of this exclusive offer. For a limited time, get 40% off your first box.
Raid Shadow Legends. That's on the list. That's on the list. That's a possibility. Raid Shadow Legends, HelloFresh. The Marvels one. There's several other ones. But like I said, once I get to 500 followers, that shit, they've been pinging. Twitch has been pinging me like crazy. Also, HelloFresh is anti-union, I think. If I remember correctly.
Plus, get a free item in every box for life. A unit of time equal to the life of your subscription. So go to hungryroot.com/SMN and use code SMN. That is hungryroot.com/SMN, code SMN to get 40% off your...
So are these game companies? I'm sure. Well, you're saying the word company. Of course, the companies are anti-union. But also, the game... I mean, there are developer unions, as far as I know.
Your first box and a free item of your choice for the life of the subscription. Oh wow, I am so hungry for Hungry Root. Give it to me. Put it in my body. Yum yum. hungryroot.com/SMN, code SMN.
Soy bastante famoso en YouTube. Puedo pagarte con bolsas de tela. Why'd I take high school German? No one needs to say, please don't.
The name of his show is Going Down with Ella Yerman. The aesthetic is mint. That is nice. What's up, Way? What's up, Way? Hi, Taco.
Shoot me in German lately. Okay, well,
Whoa.
hi, I guess.
Wait. What did he just say?
Bolsas de tela. Why'd I take high school German? No one needs to say, please don't shoot me in German lately. Okay, well, I guess. We were just talking about how the entire GOP appears to be rallying around and celebrating needless acts of cruelty, and how it all seems to stem from a general pettiness and weakness, and yet they somehow continue to do it without any moment of self-awareness. And you gotta wonder, how? How does a human justify so much cruelty to themselves? Well, let's ask someone who is, at least, kinda, sorta, human-like to answer it.
But there's this old school, and I think it's a very Christian concept, by the way, that you love your family, and then you love your neighbor, and then you love your community, and then you love your fellow citizens in your own country, and then, after that, you can focus and prioritize the rest of the world.
Ah, yes, that classic Bible quote, love thy neighbor as thyself, but only after thy family, but still more than the citizens in your thine country, which thou should love more than any thine outside of thine country, for the purposes of international negotiation.
So my local Taco Bell literally goes next door to get spicier hot sauce from the wing place to give specifically to me. I just found out today. Jesus Christ, Keko. That's so amazing. You must be real cool. Don't, Supa, do not. Supa, don't encourage him. Do not encourage him. Also, chat, we have new commands in the chat. They're in the title. You should use them.
Negotiations, because love is a specific social currency that I consciously prioritize rather than feel emotionally.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ghost. Am I not real cool? You're only kind of cool. That was sincere. I wasn't saying it wasn't sincere. I'm allowed to be sincere. I never said you couldn't be sincere. What the fuck? Why am I getting attacked?
Because emotions are a weakness leaking into thy superior brain. End of Bible quote. But okay, sounds like Jay Dildo is trying to biblically justify the very human instinct of wanting.
Check out the YouTube. Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Subscribe to it. Share it. Share with your family. Share with your friends. Share with your enemies. I don't care. Share it to everybody. Share it to the whole world. Make sure you watch every video and you like every video and just comment on it. But yeah, share it with everybody. Got him. Got him.
Wanting to protect your own family. You know, like if you're married to an Indian American and then the place you work at hired a young shit who posted normalize Indian hate on his socials. You'd probably...
Emily, thank you for the gifted sub to Prodigy Son. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I'm sure Prodigy appreciates it as well.
Speak out against that. Right? JD? That's definitely what you did? When that Doge dude specifically posted that he hates Indian people and it was wrong to marry outside your ethnicity? Oh, never mind. You did the opposite of that and defended the racist so as not to anger Trump or Musk. He's just a kid who made a mistake after all. 25-year-old child, little guy, because bullies are cowards, remember? They bully the people under them, but don't stand up to the bullies over them. But going back to JD's Bible lesson, what we're now seeing is a push toward anti-empathy as an ideology. That is probably the most concerning.
It is also known as vice signaling, chat. Vice signaling. You are literally trying to race to the bottom to see who is a worse person. Maybe that command should also have the YouTube link in the chat. Oh, those darn Indians always making amazing food. Yeah, Emily, that's a good idea.
And unique aspect of this, at least to modern
those Mexicanos.
Politics. They're trying to take the concept of cruelty and bake it into American Christianity, as if the Bible was always in favor of mass deportations and trans suicide. That's why you get completely off-the-wall cartoon villain statements such as Deacon Ben Garrett of Refuge Church tweeting, "Do not commit the sin of empathy." This was in reference to Bishop Mary Edgar
don't start trans rights. You heard it, chat. You heard it. You heard it. Don't start it. Oh, actually, this might not work. This might not work. This might not work. I'm not sure if it's going to work. Chat. Check out the YouTube. Oh, there we go. Check it out. Subscribe to it. Share it. There we go. It did work.
Who called upon Trump to show mercy to immigrants and the LGBTQ community. Mercy? You fucking demon, you! Ben Garrett furthermore said of the bishop, "This snake is God's enemy and yours too. She hates God and his people. You need to properly hate in response. She is not merely deceived, but is a deceiver. Your eye shall not pity." That is a church deacon saying, no hyperbole, you need to properly hate someone for the sin of asking for mercy. That is just so clearly villainous and dystopian that it's too on the nose.
Dude, religion is so done. What do you mean? Religion has always been done. Specifically Christianity. Yeah, it's always been done. It's so Joe. Yeah. Dude, evangelicals took Christianity and said, hey, hold on. Evangelicals took Christianity and said, hey, see this pillow? You need to eat this. You need to eat this. Eat this pillow, Christianity. Motto, not moto. Wait, did I misspell it in the title? No, I didn't misspell it.
For most writers' rooms. This sin of empathy concept expands far beyond this Utah deacon, such as to a Republican lawmaker in Oklahoma, Senator Shane Jett, who spoke in favor of allowing schools to beat disabled children. He argued that beating children is good, actually, according to the Bible.
Auto in third place? Oh my God. Ladies finish first, always. Always. Ladies always finish first in this stream. Ladies always finish first. That's the motto in this stream. Ladies always finish first. Hopefully they finish multiple times. But that's the motto in this stream. Ladies finish first. Chat. Check out the YouTube. Check it out. Chat, watch the latest. Watch the latest one. Share with your family, latest video. Share with your friends. Share with your enemies. I don't care. Share it to everybody. Share it to the whole world. Make sure you watch every video and you like every video. And just go click on it. Go click on that latest video. Go watch it. Go watch it. Give it a thumbs up. I don't agree with the motto. That's the motto of the stream. You don't have to agree with it. Hey, fuck off, Prodigy. It's a good motto. Excellent motto. Thank you, Super Loops.
Folly is bound up in the heart of a child, but the rod of discipline drives it far from him. Interpreting that about discipline to mean we should beat children, including disabled children, and literally argued that there should be no exceptions, saying in Scripture it's uniformly applied to everyone. It's weird to have to say this, but no.
Big strong motto stream. Tears streaming down its face. People are talking about the motto. That's right. Welcome in, Chats Mom. How are you? Chats Mom, do you like the motto?
I do not think we should beat disabled children, and especially not do it because one guy thinks the Bible thinks it's good. I feel like we have like multiple laws about why that's bad. But hey, folks, did you ever consider that empathy simply isn't practical?
Chat, the closed captioning is off.
I said what I said, making the argument that we can't get bogged down with every human rights violation when it comes to sweeping government action.
What's the motto again? Motto is huge. Some say it's the best motto they've ever heard.
God.
It is the best motto ever.
Ladies
Ladies finish first, always. Always. Ladies always finish first in this stream. Ladies always finish first. That's the motto in this stream. Ladies always finish first. Hopefully they finish multiple times. But that's the motto in this stream. Ladies finish first. None of us know English, so we're screwed. True.
It's too mean. It's too heartless. It's too insensitive. It doesn't show any empathy. And if you cast a wide net, whether it's Doge or the border, you're always going to get some wrong.
Also, I missed an opportunity to say, Chat's Mom, what's the motto with you? Fuck. How did I miss that? SCal has trained me so well. I don't live by this motto. Mom, my ex-girlfriend was selfish. Oh, that sucks. 50% of the time. That sucks.
The wrong people. But that's the argument whenever you're dealing with excess. Whenever you need to cut and you know the company's in trouble, they will always try to stop it by using that argument that it's inhumane. But the only approach to reforming a bloated system is cutting it quick and cutting it fast.
You heard him, folks. It's the only approach. We couldn't possibly think of a second thing.
I don't live by this motto no more. My ex-girlfriend was selfish. Oh, 50% of the time. Dude, the amount of Fox News bullshit is insane. All news is bullshit, but Fox straight up just lies constantly. Yeah. It's insane that they call themselves a fucking journalistic broadcast company. Dude, Fox News is just straight up brain rot all the time.
This is where we leave the fake scripture behind and enter the justifications based on fake logic or lying about science. There's been a trend of high-profile conservative commentators like Nazi sympathizer and collaborator Jack Posobiec proudly posting an image of what looks like a heat map on Twitter. For context, this is an empathy map from a...
Hey, foxes lie. It's how it works. Foxes don't lie. Wait. Prodigy. Are you literally saying that a stereotype created by cartoons about foxes should be used as an argument for why Fox News lies? No, funny thing though is the creative end of Fox is left-leaning and does very creative shows, but the news end is the opposite. Yeah, they're two separate things, which is why Disney doesn't own Fox News right now. While when the reporters and producers have to submit their internal communications where they all hate the viewers and know they're lying, yeah. Only Be Funny should be used as an argument. Fair. Yeah. Yeah, when they have to submit their internal communication, it's fucking hilarious. The stereotype is from real foxes. Real foxes lie? That amplified by cartoons. I think they're clever. I don't think they lie. Why am I defending foxes?
A study on differences in empathy
Foxes are sneaky?
based on political...
I'm sneaky too. I'm not a liar though. Fox in the hen house? Well, I mean, that's like putting me in like a room with a bunch of baked ziti. Like, obviously that baked ziti's not going to survive. I mean, you know, it's bad when even Tucker Carlson gets tired of lying and quits. I'm sorry, Jay. Did you just say Tucker Carlson quit because he was tired of lying? Was that an actual message that you just sent in the chat? Do you really think Tucker Carlson just quit? And not only that, quit because he was tired of lying? Have you watched any Tucker Carlson content since he left Fox News? Ghost has been bought by Big Fox. Foxes lied to my father. Foxy stole my baby. Fox is more scheming than... Or cats. Cats, definitely. Fucking cats, 100%. I mean, I know there's more to it. Oh, no, he's a piece of shit. Thank you. I just think it's funny that he did quit. Did he quit, though? I don't think he quit. He was fired. Like, he was fired. He was let go. He wants to lie independently. Okay, that's true. That's a great way to put it. Prodigy.
Political affiliation called ideological differences in the expanse of the moral circle. Essentially, the study found that those that identified as conservative...
It was quit or you're fired. He didn't quit, though. He didn't quit. Being forced to resign is being fired. He was fired. I remember watching Hassan talk about when it happened. He was fired. Was he not fired? In April 2023, Fox News dismissed Carlson and canceled his show without any explanation. He was dismissed. Fox News dismissed Carlson and canceled his show. Dismissed. That is being fired. He didn't quit. Oh, that's a lot of sources. Holy shit. Tucker Carlson is out at Fox News after Dominion lawsuit disclosures. There's a lot of shit about it. It's an insane story. I mean, most of my fellow trans girls that I know tend to vibe with puppy girl aesthetic, but the few Fox ones I know have dangerously high dom energy. He was allowed to leave the table and go to his room. Didn't Fox News fucking pay him his contract too?
conservative had a more limited moral circle. That is, they showed less moral regard for anyone outside their immediate family.
Chat, I have to get
Whereas
water. I'll be
those
right
who
back.
identified as liberals had a more expansive moral circle, showing more moral regard not only towards their immediate family, but friends, acquaintances, strangers, and animals. Obviously, this study is based on averages. It's not saying all conservatives are unempathetic, just that they tend not to have as much empathy towards those outside their immediate circle of family and close friends, according to this one analysis. Because whether or not you believe this study, what's striking is that it could be seen as a condemnation of conservative ideals, right? It's saying that conservatives are less able to empathize outside of what they can immediately see, which makes their perspectives limited and ignorant of the big picture.
Dude, that is so crazy. That study is so insane because I've literally been saying this for so long that conservatives only give a shit about something that actually affects them. And the fact that there is a study to potentially point to that fact, beautiful. Fucking beautiful. There's also a really funny phone call between him and another one of the Fox Hogs.
Picture. This would explain why, for example, many conservatives will demonize a minority group up until they finally meet that group. But again, whether or not you believe this, what's striking is that conservatives are now defending this heat map, saying it's actually good not to care about people outside your immediate circle. You've also probably seen them straight up lie about the map, claiming that liberals are all wacky and care more about rocks and immigrants than their own family. These people either have to lie about it to make their bad point, or be honest and proud about it and look fucked up. They have.
Okay, I'm confused on that circle. Does anybody have that study? If anybody could send a link to that study, I kind of want to look at it because I'm not positive what those circles mean. And even then, my parents have a hard time empathizing with their trans daughter. I'm fucking close and they don't give a shit. I'm sorry, Emily. Sounds like a really hard life all the time. Yeah. My mom's boyfriend is really conservative, but he doesn't vote and is chill other than the politics part. The shit he says sometimes, though. Jay, just bring up to him like, hey, the things that you believe in that are running this country right now want me to not exist. Do you like that? Although I think he doesn't vote part is bullshit. Yeah, it's most likely bullshit because conservatives fucking vote. That's what they do.
Have taken what should have been a stark warning sign for their party and embraced it. Just completely zooming past the "are we the baddies" question to declare actually, it's good to be the bad.
Also, very hilarious that people started figuring out in Andor season 2 that maybe conservatives are the bad guys.
The fundamental weakness of Western civilization is empathy. The empathy exploit. They're exploiting a bug in Western civilization, which is the empathy response. So, and I think empathy is good, but you need to think it through and not just be programmed like a robot.
Right. That is Elon Musk, our unelected billionaire shadow.
He's being weird all of a sudden now that he figured out he's the plus one to my cousin's wedding, who's black. I think he's out of here soon.
Gamer president, giving what equates to a Marvel villain speech about the follies of empathy. And not even top tier Marvel. It's like Ultron or Thor 4 shit. He literally went on a podcast hosted by, I don't know, some kind of claymation gourd and said, quote, "The fundamental weakness of Western civilization is empathy." And people listened to that as if he's saying something smart or good. From the guy who named his AI after empathy. This kind of doublespeak justification didn't happen overnight, of course. There was a very clear pipeline spanning decades, a big aspect of which being the current anti-DEI efforts. And I guess I should explain why. You see,
no disrespect, Ultron's speech is fucking goated. Honestly, Jay, I missed the joke. But Ultron's speech is pretty good. Trans joy is a real thing. What was really hard what was really hard was before I was out in transition. I feel so much fucking better. Like I am much more outgoing now. I'm happy for you, Emily. You do seem like you are in a good place despite the shittiness that your family has put you through and that you have shared with the chat. But I am praying that one day your parents will accept you for who you are and not be their bigoted assholeness that they have been to you. Oh, good. Just from chat, it sounds so difficult when you're talking about daily life. I'm glad it's not the whole story. Yeah. I'm an open fucking book most of the time.
See, there was this thing called
I'm an open book all the time, too.
Do I have to?
Oh, God. What's... I love that he freaked out that he has to talk about Gamergate because Gamergate is so broken. It's so brain rotted from the get-go. I love that he's freaking out that he has to talk about it. Just like chatters freak out that they can't avoid the top of the hour ad break because the top of every hour run a 3-minute ad. If you want to avoid the ads, you can pay $5.99 for a subscription or get lucky and get gifted a sub. Or you can link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and get a free monthly subscription from Daddy Bezos to your favorite streamer. Hopefully that's me. If it's not me, then hopefully it's one of my friends. For those that don't have a subscription, you get stuck behind the 3-minute ad break that comes now. Elon named his kid X. Yeah. I love that he's stuck talking about it. Yeah. Fucking course he doesn't know what empathy is. Oh, Super, you didn't like the ad segue? Gamergate had so many valid things to be mad over, but people instead got mad over stupid shit. Yeah.
Sorry, I seriously have to explain this. Gamergate happened like 50 or 2 years ago.
We'll wait for Chat's mom. We'll wait for Chat's mom so Chat's mom can see what Gamergate is explaining. Anyway, how are you, Chat? How's everybody enjoying their hump day? I loved it. I love when you do that. Do you love it when I do that, Super Loops? You didn't give me a rating. You didn't give me a rating, Super Loops. Nobody gave me a rating on a good ad segue, I noticed. Saw a vid of Elon's uncle, I think, saying he was a sociopath in school. Yeah. And there's also, like, evidence that Elon's grandfather was part of the Nazi party in Canada, too. Democracy Now! Did that. I can't read. I can't read. I'm a leftist. That is the... Okay, I need to know who this person is. Like Anita Sarkeesian is a piece of shit who... Oh, Anna Sarkeesian is a piece of shit who wanted to ban things because she didn't like them, but a lot of criticism can be valid. Are you talking about Anna from Young Turks? Also, fuck the term hump day. Also, Keko, fuck you. Did Elon's dad own an emerald mine with slaves? Yeah. Yeah, Elon literally made his money off of fucking apartheid South Africa. And when he claims that he didn't grow up rich, he's full of shit. Because Elon's dad literally said, we had so much money, we were sticking it in the safe and we couldn't close the door. No, fuck you. No. Fuck you, Keko. Who is that? Who's Rins? Who's Rins? Oh, chat, let's watch this. Let's watch this real quick. It's a trans cleanse from Emily.
My favorite trans girl stereotypes. Number 5, pink everything. I need more pink. We all have that one friend that wears exclusively pink. All my years as a boy, you were kept from me. Number 4, goth everything. All color must be removed from the world and I will bask in the glory of its darkness. Yeah! Number 3, polyamorous. Number 2, neurodivergent. Okay, gang, today I'm going to be telling you everything there is to know about frogs. See, frogs evolved about 10 million years squirrel. Number 1. Burn the system to the ground. It's time for the patriarchy to fall. Billionaires beheaded. Conservatives turned into soylent.
Okay, that was good. Chaz Bomb, are you back from the ad? Those emails from Rin Vixen's chat. She is chill. Are they a leftist? Are they a leftist, and that's why they say I can't read in an emote? Because I fucking love that emote. I love that emote a lot. I'm trying to highlight. Oh, it keeps getting. Oh, fuck. No, I don't want to copy the message. I want to copy the selection. Yeah, I'm here. Okay. So we can get back to the React. I don't think so. Just look her up. She essentially started the whole anti-video game crusade around the same time Fox was doing it. Are you talking about Anna Kasparian from the Young Turks or Anita? Or is this Anita person, Sarkeesian? Is that a different person? The whole thing of trying to say video games cause violence was proven to be false at that point. Yeah, it has always been false. Whoever that TikToker is, they absolutely slayed. She's playing some Red Dead Redemption right now. Oh. What am I looking at? Okay, I'm out. Happy stream. Enjoy, Cody. Thank you, Super Loops. I appreciate you popping in. Hope you enjoyed yourself and hope you have a good night's rest on hump day. It's a different person. Okay, thank you, Nomar. There's more to it. I know, but that is a condensed form of what happened.
Ago, and it was a push from the alt-right against expanding representation in video games. Mainstream media hand-waved it as a frivolous culture war, while others, perhaps people with
Just say
beards,
Wednesday.
warned
No.
that it was a growing
Be fun.
precursor
Say
to
hump
bigger
day.
fascist ideals that would eventually affect everyone in the world. Sort of like that thing that's happening right now. I'm not gonna relitigate Gamergate because that is depressing, but it was essentially a push against wokeness before they had that word. The grievance, aside from ethics in gaming journalism, was that gaming culture was reserved for young, predominantly white men, and corporate developers and gaming publishers were pushing them out in favor of so-called performative representation for brown people and women and LGBTQ people, etc. What this set up, ultimately, was the not at all new idea that white men were being attacked by efforts to include other people into a culture. And most importantly, that these white men were actually the underdogs. This, of course, kept growing and going. When a Marvel or Disney film featured a non-white actor, a group of dummies would treat that like an attack, as if those franchises weren't absolutely dominated by white characters. Some people would bankrupt entire propaganda companies making rebuttal films. Shucks! No non-woke Snow White for us!
Oh my God, this fucking reminded me. So today, this is a story I got to tell from work today. So, we were talking about,
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Fuck you. Give me your money.
Based. But anyway, at work today, we were talking about how I caddied for a men's volleyball player that went professional and played professional volleyball in Brazil. And they were like, it's crazy how like you don't see a professional volleyball league in the United States. I'm like, that's because we don't show them on TV. I'm like, if you look at women's basketball, like they started making a shit ton of money when you started showing them on TV because people started fucking watching them. When you give things exposure, people start fucking watching it. And the one guy goes, huh, what about Joanna Man? Have you guys ever watched Joanna Man? I'm like, yeah, I've seen it. Like, they can't make that shit nowadays. I'm like, yes, you could if it was good. And even if it's not good, you still could. And I fucking forgot. I forgot that the Daily Wire made this movie called Lady Ballers, which was Joanna Man in an amateur league setting with all dudes playing in a women's league, which they originally wanted it to be a documentary, but none of the actual women's league would allow the men to play in it. So it debunked the entire premise of the hypothesis they were making. Dude, the fucking Snow White bullshit was insane. They were so mad over the kids movie. Yeah, that's because they're fucking conservatives. They're dumb. The amount of people say that shit like South Park doesn't still exist and make new episodes. Oh, I gotta keep bringing up South Park. I keep forgetting about South Park. South Park sucks nowadays. But Ghost, what if? Yeah, what if? It's like Ben Shapiro literally said that they wouldn't allow them to do this. It doesn't happen ever, so much so that they literally have to do it themselves. Yeah, it was also funny because the guy kept bringing up shit and I was just like disagreeing with him by using a Socratic method. So I was bringing up like how most of America was rooting against the Chiefs. And I'm like, it's kind of weird that as a country, I thought we accept excellence and that we praise excellence and we hate a team that has been excellent for the last decade. And he's like, oh, well, Travis Kelce started dating, like Taylor Swift. I'm like, okay, why are Americans mad about that? And he goes, well, it's just fake. I'm like, well, they've been dating for 2 fucking years. How can you fake a relationship for 2 fucking years? And he's just like, shut the fuck up. You don't like Taylor Swift because she hates conservatives. She hates conservative ideals because that shit is backwards. Just fucking say it. And they're like, oh, well, the Chiefs just aren't likable. I'm like, okay. Why are they not likable? Who's not likable? And it's like, Kelce. I'm like, what did Travis Kelce do that is not likable? Oh, he's dating a woman. Okay, so you're mad at somebody for dating a woman. What the fuck is wrong with you? What if the Emirates do that one thing that one person did a few years ago? I hate the Chiefs and Taylor Swift, but I have a valid reason we are not the same. Yeah, true. Also, why would it matter? That's what I'm saying, Nomar. I want to type about is valid. Trust. Okay. Dating women, cringe. Yeah. Dude, do you remember when the kids at Penn State ran up to Jason Kelce and said, hey, your brother is an F slur because he's dating Taylor Swift? What? Dating women makes you gay now? What? Travis Kelce throws temper tantrums like a 5-year-old, and the Chiefs have the refs in their pockets. Jay, you're an idiot. They don't have the refs in their pockets. If they had the refs in their pockets, the Eagles wouldn't have beat them by 40. So shut the fuck up. Also, there's hard evidence to show that the Chiefs literally got penalized more than any other fucking team in the NFL. So stop saying, well, now I know I'm joking. Okay. Dude, women are gay. Dude, women are the gayest. I have another trans friend and she does HEMA, medieval weapon sparring sport, and it's co-ed, and she got like 2nd place in the sword and bucker contest. She's fucking cool shit. That's awesome. Oh, you are a woman who likes men? Gay. Yeah. Okay, back to the reacts.
So I guess I really wanted to.
The second part of my chat was a meme. Okay. Okay, just double check. Also, I don't give a shit. Okay, Travis Kelce throwing temper tantrums. Do you have the same smoke for Tom Brady when he threw his temper tantrums? Because if you don't, then you shut the fuck up, Jay. Yes? Okay, that's fine. I'm glad you have the same smoke for Tom Brady, because a lot of people won't have that same smoke for Tom Brady. Also, I don't give a shit. It's sports. It's emotion. Don't get me started on Tom Brady. Remember when Tom Brady made out with his son? Yeah. Remember when Tom Brady left his 8-month pregnant wife? Or sorry, his 8-month pregnant girlfriend? Why are you kissing your son in the mouth? He loves his son, Jay. Also, Tom Brady's a conservative, so he's into weird shit.
See the non-woke Snow White from the filmmakers at the conservative punditry outlets, the Daily Wire's art. The point being that this frivolous culture war stuff was broadening the idea that wokeness was an attack on some kind of underclass. And while it was ignored by mainstream Democrats, it was embraced by the opposing party.
The Democrat-controlled state of New Mexico is considering new standards that would completely pervert what we used to think of American social studies classes. Now, what's worse, if there can be worse, is this toxic curriculum is endorsed by local religious leaders. This isn't about education at all. It never has been. It's about indoctrination. These people hate America. And you know what's truly frightening? We live in a world where it isn't too far-fetched to imagine the Department of Education there.
Then Taylor Swift fucking takes a 5-minute plane ride when I'm told to drink out of a fucking paper straw while billionaires like her and companies do what they want. That's a valid reason, except Taylor Swift doesn't take 5-minute plane rides. That's Kylie Jenner. When Taylor Swift flies private, she literally flies to her work and everything. She doesn't do what Kylie Jenner does. But us normals have to flip the bill. Yeah, no shit, Jay. But you know Taylor Swift literally advocates for policies to reverse climate change, right? And also Taylor Swift can't fly commercial. Do you think having Taylor Swift go through an airport or fly on a commercial plane is a good idea? Do you not think that that would potentially be a hazard to public community? This is a lady who said that Arabs do terrorism because they're jealous of our freedom. Yeah, probably. Jay, are you also mad about Bernie Sanders and AOC taking private jets? Like, there are some times where private jets are understandable modes of transportation. She does ridiculous plane rides. The guy who looked at Elon's flights did the same thing to her. Jay, sometimes they have to move the planes to another airport. Oh no, it's the wasteful ones. Jay, you realize sometimes I am training to become a pilot. There are some times where airports do not have parking anymore. So sometimes the planes have to fly to an airport that is about 5 to 10 minutes away to park there. So when they track those planes, sometimes moving those planes are tracked on the flight and claiming, oh, it's Elon and Taylor flying 5 minutes. That happens that happens very often. To be fair, a lot of people said that in the years following 9/11. Yeah. Taylor wasn't taking 5-minute fucking plane rides. It was Kylie Jenner. And Elon. Elon did that shit too. Elon did like San Jose to San Francisco or something like that.
Factoring in the prevalence of racial teachings into school rankings at some point.
Notice how she takes a moment to demonize the church that supported teaching kids about CRT. This is one of many examples of rebuilding Christianity to exclude empathy. See, because what makes this all so insidious is—
But Jay, I do agree with you. Private jets should be abolished. True, I didn't think of it like that, but I don't like any rich person in her music, and fans make me irrationally angry. Jay, you're literally admitting that it makes you irrationally angry. Like, you're admitting it's irrational. How about you just let people live? Let people enjoy the music that she makes. She is a talented musician. Some people don't like the music that you like. Do you think those people should hate the musician that you like? There's a lot of other shit that you should be mad about.
is that when you step back from it,
it's talentless pop music and her fans don't let other people enjoy things. You think Taylor Swift's music is talentless? That's a side thing I'm not actually mad. Okay. Also, you understand the definition of pop music is popular music, which means the music is popular. I like some T Swift, but she's not my most played artist by far. Yeah. I enjoy Taylor Swift from time to time. Shake It Off is fucking incredible, especially when I think of The Rock singing it. They need to be sent to CCOT. Private Planes should be sent to CCOT. Dude, I literally just realized that's why they call it pop music. I mean, to be fair, I realized that like 10 years ago, I think. Yeah, I know, but it more just means it's on the radio. Now, not everything on the radio is bad because it's popular. Yeah. Jay, there's this cool thing on the radio that's called a dial, and you can turn it and go to a new station. Or you could play music on your own device. Jay, I'm just trying to get to you to show like you're wasting your energy on being mad at Taylor Swift. About dial. It's become not just popular, but also some other factors. Jay, I'm trying to get you to realize that like you could put your energy, so much more energy into something else than being mad at Taylor Swift. I just don't listen to her. I'm just yapping. So you just sidetracked this entire fucking stream so you could yap. God damn it, Jay.
And that's my main issue with actually a lot of transphobia these days, dare I say. A lot of transphobia, unoriginal.
I sidetracked the stream on the regular.
No pizzazz.
Yeah. But Jay sidetracked this shit for no reason. Is Taylor Swift Korean? Yes, that's a fact. We only say facts on this stream.
I want my conspiracy theories to have a little summon to them. My uncle once told me that he thinks, I have to quote right,
I'm a D1 yapper.
the reason there aren't any werewolves in the UK anymore is because the government relocated them, and that's why we went to the moon. That's incredible. That's got everything you want from a conspiracy theory.
Those are fun conspiracies.
An all-too-powerful government, it spits in the face of another conspiracy theory. Of course we went to the moon. Where would you put the werewolves? Think, sheeple. Also, side note on that, werewolf on the moon is that's just a wolf, right? That's just a regular wolf confused why it's wearing human pants. That's it.
Okay, that was pretty good. And yeah, I do kind of hate Taylor Swift for no reason, but I do think her music sucks. Jay, you hating Taylor Swift for no reason is no different than conservatives hating something for no reason. That's the entire point I'm trying to make. If you're going to hate something or someone, have a reason, not a no reason. I do think her music sucks. That's an opinion. That's not a reason to hate somebody. But if other people enjoy her music, let them enjoy her music. Or when I said I don't hate anyone, to be real. If you hate Taylor Swift, you're being racist towards Koreans. Also, so I will say this. Musicians literally make their money off their own labor. I understand she's a billionaire, so she has made her money off of exploiting workers, but she also takes care of her workers on her tours and everything like that. She is basically, not single-handedly, but she is basically a labor billionaire. Not as much as like LeBron James or like other professional athletes and stuff like that, but she is the one doing a lot of the labor, writing the music and everything and working on the music and whatnot. She takes care of the people that help create her music. Well, she has the most ghostwriters ever, second to Drake. I'm pretty sure that could be wrong. Yeah, it's probably wrong. Also, doesn't she list all the people that help her write? I only hate on it because of the mass consumerism and popular artists, but I still like her music, and I do have Era's merch. No ethical consumption under capitalism and shit? Yeah. There is no ethical consumption under capitalism. But again, musical artists are one of the only things that they are the ones creating their own value. Yes, there are microcosms of exploitations, whether it be like arena staff and stuff like that. But it is well documented that Taylor Swift takes care of her fucking her employees. She gives them bonuses constantly. Mass consumerism she promotes is gross, and I've had fans of her do crazy BS to me, so it's personal bias. So you're mad at Taylor Swift for her fans being mentally ill. So it's Taylor Swift's fault that her fans are actually mentally ill. Although I do spend more money on smaller indie and alt artists, I wouldn't say I'm mad. So you're just saying things just to say things, Jay. Okay, I'm ending the Taylor Swift conversation. Also, chat, am I doing a good job of doing the Socratic method of just asking questions?
The concepts of wokeness and inclusion and
I got
DEI
stun locked.
and CRT at their core.
I got stun locked defending Taylor Swift. I wasn't even defending Taylor Swift. I was just pointing out how irrational it is to fucking hate Taylor Swift. When Taylor Swift has literally done so much to try to make sure that the world is a fucking better place. I yap and explain my yapping.
Are concepts stemming from empathy. Yes, there were performative people using it to gain money or status. Yes, I'm sure a lot of people online were mean or did purity tests or whatever. But the ideas themselves are simply, let's include others and try to empathize with people who lack widespread representation. It's like Sesame Street shit. Why do you think when they talk about CRT or wokeness, they often frame it around being made to feel guilty about stuff like slavery and racism? It's always been interesting to me that they choose the term guilt. When I learned about slavery in school, I didn't feel guilty because I didn't own any slaves. But what I did feel was a deep sense of horror and empathy for the people who went through it. I felt anger and ashamed of America.
This writing of this section is so good. That you don't, like, conservatives are trying to paint it that white children feel guilt about what has happened in the past. No, it's fucking feeling horror. Just like when you learn about the Holocaust for the first time and learn and understand the vast numbers of innocent people that were eviscerated by Nazis. Like, that's the horrors of the past that we are supposed to learn from so we don't repeat it in the future. Like, what the fuck? Like, if my favorite alt indie artists come near me on tour, I will be able to afford a ticket with money to spare on a hotel in that city. I'm not going to put a big artist ticket on my credit card. That's fine. I only like certain massive artists. Okay. That's okay. You can have your own opinion. I basically don't listen to music. I pretty much only listen to podcasts. I go on stretches where I listen to music. I just discovered Miles Smith the other day in No Doubt stream. Keko, give Sandal a shout out, please. Like, your biggest artist I like is probably The Weeknd. Isn't The Weeknd a piece of shit? Don't worry, Keko, I got it. Oh, there we go.
Oh my god, sinking across the interweb.
Supposedly, I don't know.
Pressing upon your uterus. Bless Chapel Roan.
That was a very tame Sandal. That was a very tame Sandal clip.
For having had such a horrific institution, and I felt deep concern about the lingering effects of that horror. I also felt kind of stoned because I just smoked some old shaky mids out of an apple behind the dumpster. It's weird that some people seem to perceive this as guilt or like they're being accused of something, as if the plea for empathy.
Also, that's fucking projection too. That's fucking projection that they're feeling their own guilt of the fact that people were enslaved based on the color of their skin.
itself is an attack on them. And this isn't exclusive to conservatives. A lot of people don't like being told that there are systemic abuses because that might require them to adjust their behavior. No one wants to be told that they're doing something the wrong way, such as using the wrong pronouns or holding on.
I don't pay attention to what people say when it comes to artists doing or not doing anything. I'm kind of the same way with like rumors and shit. I'll hear it and I don't know if it's true or not. I'll wait for confirmation. Unless I see a court case or someone probably won't see it. Yeah. What is this?
Champ, easy drinks. Thanks, mate. Who was the bloke you were just talking about? Big Johnny's on the
Like PDD definitely did that shit? Probably.
another night with the boys out on Chapel Street. Big world made awfully small when you're a rich white man looking 10 feet tall. Big Johnny's on the trot, how's he meant to see? He knows nothing of the world that he's set to lead. Go!
But like, oh, this person says this person hit them or something, I don't care about it. I mean, it was pretty impactful when Ray Rice hit his girlfriend at the time. I kind of cared about that. Considering there was fucking video of it. And that was a bad one. That shows someone's true character.
Onto some kind of prejudice, so it's easier to blame the messenger. This is how a lot of liberals also jumped on the anti-wokeness train, and by seeding this Bill Maher-ass idea of wokeness gone too far, these liberals basically opened the door for this Trojan horse filled with sociopaths. And that's why the term DEI is just being used like a slur now, because they hate the concepts and they hate the people helped by those concepts. They are just blind.
Mudrat is awesome, very Australian though. What the fuck does very Australian mean? What is the bad part about being very Australian? Care about it when it becomes a legal proceeding or there's undeniable proof. Also, if multiple people say you P. Diddy, you probably did. Okay, I agree. Like, if there's evidence, multiple eyewitnesses or multiple victims, I'm going to lean towards the victims more so than anything. Because victims usually fucking get blamed and shit like that. But, Jay, you are, once again, sidetracking us from the video I am reacting to.
Blindly calling black people DEI hires without any actual evidence beyond them, just being a minority. And this is how they were able to brainwash themselves into justifying both cruelty and racism. They took the concept of empathy and coded it into another special word, a broad, undefinable concept, and are now promising to abolish that broad concept.
We got rid of the woke. We got rid of the woke crap. What a lot. We've got.
Chat, one of my favorite things to do is when a conservative brings up woke crap, I go, can you define woke for me? It's fun to watch their brains try to rewire.
Gotten the woke lunacy out of our military. And woke has to stop. Because along with everything else, it's destroying our country. We're going to stop woke. Woke is bullshit. My administration has taken action to abolish all discriminatory diversity, equity, and inclusion nonsense. And these are policies that were absolute nonsense throughout the government.
Can somebody ask them why it was nonsense? What made it nonsense?
And the private sector.
Throughout the government and the private sector. Really think about what DEI actually means. It's not about quotas or not hiring white guys. It's just...
Hey, Neg, what gets derailed more, the average leftist stream or high-speed rail project in the U.S.? High-speed rail projects in the U.S. Because they don't really ever advance. Gonna get rid of discrimination by discriminating. Yep.
suggested practices to end discrimination, including accommodations for people with disabilities, paying for internships, and making sure that job postings are available in diverse communities. But to them, even though DEI actually helps a bunch of white people, the concept has been repurposed into an oppression of the whites against which they now get to retaliate. And by that, I mean spiteful attacks and firings of anyone they identify as a minority. So they fired 4-star Admiral Linda Lee Fagan, the first woman to head the Coast Guard or any branch of the military, for her excessive focus on DEI. Then, just to be particularly cruel about it, they gave her only 3 hours notice to move out of her home, meaning she had to leave most of her personal...
I did not realize that part. That's super fucked. Chat, they like the cruelty. They like the cruelty. That's why they're doing this. And for those that don't understand why she had to move out of her home, it's because when you are military, you are provided housing on bases and shit like that. Filled with mold, allegedly. Allegedly, Keko. Yeah, if you develop it, the car companies that own the U.S. government will end them. And that's why rail systems and public transport sucks, is car companies owning the government. You're forgetting oil companies, Jay. Oil companies and car companies. Damn, I love military housing. Keko, why would you know anything about military housing? You have friends? You have friends in the military?
items behind. There's the cartoonishly mean painting over of the FBI DEI values mural, which had worthless principles such as leadership, fairness, compassion, integrity, respect, and so on.
They all have moldy ass houses? Yep.
NASA was ordered to remove anything about women in leadership from their website. The NSA Museum covered plaques honoring women and people of color, you know, normal chill things that are often done in a healthy democracy. And what was the Trump administration's priority during the California wildfire crisis? To make sure FEMA wasn't too polite when referring to immigrants, actually. FEMA workers, while busy responding to the
fucking insane.
wildfires, received an email for immediate compliance from the Trump administration ordering them to call non-citizen children alien children. There's a handy chart.
That's fucking insane. That is insane. All they give a fuck about is about the fucking aesthetics. Everybody's a goddamn liberal.
Is being prevented by erasing the jobs and accomplishments of these people. Don't answer that. You know the answer. It's literally just an effort to erase minorities. No freaking hyperbole. Like, they purged references to the Enola Gay plane. They are literally just hitting Control F, typing in any word they don't like, and hitting delete.
Yeah,
that's what they are doing.
That's what it's about, chat.
We get into the real messed up stuff.
Plank, I love that you do this every time my glass is empty. I don't know how you guys figure that out. Don't say gay. Oh, I'll say gay. I'll say gay. I'll say gay, 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 gay.
See, it's obviously not just that they are promoting the ideals of anti-empathy. They are now carrying out anti-empathy policies. They are using cruelty as a political tactic. The application of cruelty, which perhaps might be akin to another political ideology. Who can say? Wait. I can say after these ads. I'll do this. I'll do the saying thing. I'm gonna say after the ads. Yeah.
The butt.
Ethical reacts. Ethical reacts. Ethical reacts.
Most important part of sitting. So why do we treat our butts like sanded lumber when we go to the bathroom?
It's my intrinsic cosmic annoyingness. Do you see me take a sip and then see that there's nothing in the glass? I'm out in Florida, you might get cooked for that. What if I told you I am in Florida, Jay?
Well, folks, I don't. I use Tushy, the everyday luxury bidet that transformed my
Chat,
bath
get a
and
bidet.
gives my butt the
Chat, get a
spa
bidet.
getaway treatment it deserves.
Get a bidet.
You know,
Highly recommend bidets.
is really the brain of your body's lower half. And Tushy's elevated bidet collection nurtures your butt brain with instant warm water that never runs cold, a soothing heated seat,
Chat.
and UV
I need bidets so much. I literally bought a bidet for my parents' house.
level hygiene. Plus,
So when I go home, there's a bidet for me to use.
attached to your existing toilet without the need for additional plumbing. My butt IQ is off the butt charts. I'm like a butt Mensa now. When you think about it, which I do.
No way. How's it feel having a guy that puts inserts in his shoes to feel taller as a governor? The same way that I feel about a president doing the same thing.
You go to hellotushy.com and use code SMN at checkout. That is 10%
Also,
off
you can't
your
pay
first
me
bidet
to live in
order at
Florida.
hellotushy.com with promo code SMN. Your newly academic butt will thank you.
Still haven't been kidnapped by ICE, so that's good. I think I'm in the clear now. Nothing bad will ever happen to me. Ever. Not even death. So we were talking about the right wing's transition from speaking against empathy to acting on an anti-empathy policy, all while justifying how it's actually really good. And at times, they even want to argue that what they are doing is actually empathetic. For example, Elon Musk claims that his Doge...
I mean, the GA governor isn't better. Yeah, I mean, any red governor is going to be fucking awful. Because they're red governors.
cuts are acts of empathy for the American taxpayer.
They really lack empathy for the average taxpayer who's working hard, paying taxes, and then they...
I realize I realize I kind of do pay to live in Florida. What am I doing? Yeah, Nomar, you pay to live in Florida. Chat, I know it's expensive to move, and it is not an easy process, and usually those of privilege are the only ones that are able to move. As someone who moved thousands of miles, I understand that.
They say, oh, $1 million doesn't matter. I'm like, I think it matters a lot to people. Just push on things a little bit and you save billions of dollars. Like just a little bit, you know?
Hey, Elon. Which taxpayers? Which ones? Which bracket do you specifically empathize with? Name a bracket, Elon. But okay, yeah, I do feel empathy for taxpayers, along with other people. Is it perhaps an act of empathy to consider cutting Social Security and Medicaid, as well as levy tariffs that will make everything cost more? What about taxpayers such as 9/11 first responders, whose benefits were being cut by Doge, which the White House only reversed after getting their dicks caught in the cookie jar? And what about the taxpayers who use the federal benefits that they pay into? What does Elon think of them? Oh, why, they are the parasite.
He thinks those people are entitled, and those are entitlements, not the fact that you contribute to the pool.
Class, of course. Hey, Elon, you think 90% of Americans aren't going to miss their Social Security? Who taught you math? Elon Musk? Do you not have empathy for the 58% of retirees who live off of that Social Security? I guess they're part of the 10% parasite class. See, one of the common justifications, best seen with Doge, is the idea that Americans actually love the cruelty. It's good for them, you see? It's why Trump is now saying that Americans actually want to toil in factories and coal mines.
One thing I learned about the coal miners, that's what they want to do. You could give them a penthouse on Fifth Avenue and a different kind of a job and they'd be unhappy. They want to mine coal. That's what they love to do.
Everyone wants to work in a factory so long as they themselves don't specifically do it.
Chat, I say this all the time on stream, but when we are pandering to the coal mining industry, we are pandering to 50,000 jobs. 50,000 jobs in a country that has 330 million people. The entire reason that we continue to have coal as a primary energy production resource is 50,000 jobs. Now, it's also to allow the coal barons to continue to make millions upon millions and millions of dollars. But yes, 50,000 coal mining jobs. Oversharing with Emily time. Yes, this is a derail. I got a clicker coming in the mail tomorrow. Not for me, but for all the puppy girls I know in IRL. I'd say what, but I don't think I need an explanation. Also, are you going to clicker like in college? Like the like survey clickers? I'm sorry, am I having a stroke?
It's so overly elitist and cruel, justified by the idea that there is a large group of Americans who need and crave subjugation, who starve for bootstraps, and yet very few actually identify as that group. It's always other people. And so Elon can go on stage dressed like
oh, that reminds me of all the people that think that crime is on the rise, but not in their neighborhood, just everywhere else. Example. Oh no, I feel like this is a bad idea. I feel like this is a bad idea.
This poses for good puppy.
I feel like this is a bad idea. I don't know why I'm doing this. This feels like a bad idea.
Only if you're not a good puppy, please scroll away now.
Oh, wait, no, okay, I think I get it now. Okay, so apparently I'm a good boy. No, fuck. God damn it, chat. I just exit. Oh, fuck. I just exited out of the video.
It's so overly.
All right, I got it back. I got it back. That was embarrassing. I'm glad I have it pinned. Fuck. All right.
Cruel, justified by the idea that there is a large group of Americans who need and crave subjugation, who starve for bootstraps, and yet very few actually identify as that group. It's always other people. And so Elon can go on stage dressed like a strip club owner and waving his midlife crisis around as if mass firing and gutting necessary agencies and cancer research is some kind of compassionate victory for America. See, by framing these mass firings as tackling the deep state for the benefit of the common folk, they basically get to act as cruel as they want while doing it. Elon is reportedly sending out cry laugh emoji texts next to stories about the government employees whose lives he ruined. Because they're the enemy, you see. They hate America. They're supporting the parasite class that you're definitely not part of.
Chat. Billionaires are the parasite class. They continuously get subsidies funded by taxpayer money from the government, and then also lobby the government for even more money. Not only do they do that, but when the government doesn't give them enough money, they beg for more money. And then when the government gives them more money, they beg for more money. That's how billionaires get rich.
Elon, are you? So he's got big balls and the normalized Indian hate kid and the rest of the Doge squad seemingly relishing in firing, mocking, and tormenting government workers, illegally and indiscriminately ousting tens of thousands of civil servants, including nuclear weapons experts and bird flu experts, that they're now desperately trying to hire back. It's all purposeful, the way in which the more than 3 million...
Those people that are getting hired back should fucking... should literally force them to pay them a higher wage. That's what they should do.
Federal workers.
Also, Emily, I'm starting to realize that you're farming clips on my own channel.
Are being treated, the chaos, the mockery.
You're setting me up. You're setting me up so that you can farm clips.
This poses for good puppy.
I feel like this is a bad idea. I don't know why I'm doing this. This feels like a bad idea.
He's only if you're not a good puppy, please scroll away now.
You could see me closing. I think I get it now. Okay, so apparently I'm a good boy. No, fuck.
President
God
Trump
damn it, chat.
making
I
fun
just
of federal
exited.
workers for being upset at firings with his.
I just
dumb
exited
SpongeBob
out of the
memes.
video.
Because again, they are the enemy, and it's certainly okay to be cruel to the enemy, right? I'm not speculating on this tactic. Here is Christian nationalist Trump appointee Russell Vogt, new head of the Office of Management and Budget, admitting to this.
We want the bureaucrats to be traumatically affected. We want, when they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. We want their funding to be shut down so that the EPA can't do all of the rules
Hi, Hollykins.
against our energy
How are you?
industry because they have no bandwidth.
Why do these dumbasses want us to go to Ancapistan? Why do these dumbasses want us to go to Ancapistan where there's literally nobody trying to make sure that companies fucking murder citizens? What's up, brother? Just got home from work. Oh, Holly's back from work. Nice, nice. Yeah, I like the mayhem. It makes for good content. Tell me I'm wrong. No, I'm not going to tell you that. But it does put me in embarrassing positions a lot of the time, Emily. That's all I'll say. Brother! Brother. I still got to get the sound clip of you saying that, Holly. Holly, when are we playing games?
Financially to do so. We want to put them in trauma.
I know the phrase "the cruelty is the point" has been said possibly too many times. But here's this dude just openly saying it. But the people he's talking about
I don't know.
Bringing deep state actors. This isn't bloated government waste. They're doing this to real, hardworking, vulnerable people they have baselessly labeled enemies. People
Hi, Derry.
like these 80,000 veterans
How are
affairs
you?
workers Trump is planning to.
How are you, Derry? Derry, you're still streaming. You're still streaming. I'm lurking.
Fire, or all the veterans themselves that make up 30% of our federal government, many of them having voted for Trump. People like this man here is who Trump is hurting.
I'm Eric Rodriguez. I'm a disabled Iraq war veteran. Take your time. Take your time, man. A VA worker, a proud SEIU union steward representing Illinois. I proudly serve my country, and now I proudly serve my fellow veterans. But right now, the Trump administration is trying to cut the VA. Frontline workers and let billionaires steal our health care. Veterans, we are under attack.
Does he look like the...
Dude, I hate what this country is now and has been in general. Yeah. I would like to actually be the city on the hill and actually do good things for our residents and everything and actually do good things for the world. That's what I would like to do as a country. They really hate disabled people? Jay, they're Nazis. They are Nazis. They also hate veterans who are disabled because of their injuries that they're sent to war.
Deep state to you? Or how about this 9/11 firefighter whose benefits Elon Musk tried to cut? Is this man the deep state?
You know, Donald Trump signed our bill in 2019. Yeah. Turned to me, shook my hand, gave me the Sharpie that he signed the bill with. And he said, nobody deserves this more than you. You worked harder than anybody. And for him to callously and recklessly allow Elon Musk to do this to us, His words are shallow and meaningless to me now. Shame on Elon Musk. Shame on Robert Kennedy Jr. It's just common sense. This
Now he gave him a Sharpie. Yeah, well, I mean, Keko, it's the same thing as handing out pens when they sign stuff. Like previous presidents handed out pens when they sign things, but Trump insists on doing everything with a fucking Sharpie.
is reckless, it's inhumane, it's cruel, and it lacks empathy, and it lacks humanity. I mean, what's their end game? Let's see
He's
how
sponsored.
mean we can be. Let's see how much we can hurt human beings. I don't get that.
Boy, I'm sorry, but I think let's see how mean we can be might be their actual goal. It might be that they are simply testing the waters to see how much cruelty they can get away with. Sort of like how serial killers start out by peeling the wings off butterflies or poisoning pets before moving on to stand-up comedy. Seriously, if you see a stand-up comic, you call the police immediately. Do not try to catch them yourself. There is this...
It's not the same thing. It is cheap and drenched in twice the blood as a usual presidential pen. Don't start with me, girl. I'll stop. Okay. I probably shouldn't read Gary's and Keko's chats. Also, the pens they used to use are actually really cool and made in the US. That's not shocking. I'm assuming Biden also used those pens. This motherfucker called stand-up comics serial killers? Did he?
They can get away with. Sort of like how serial killers start out by peeling the wings off butterflies or poisoning pets before moving on to stand-up comedy. Seriously, if you see a stand-up comic, you call the police immediately. Do not try to catch them yourself. There is this...
Okay, he did call stand-up comedians serial killers. He said it.
This myth that has deluded way too many people that the ideal boss is some kind of hard ass who makes the tough calls and fires anyone who gets in their way, who slashes and punishes and burns for your own good. Or if you're a fucked up Mel Gibson type, daddy coming home and taking off his belt. And yet everyone who fantasizes about this seems to completely forget what it's like to actually work for someone like that. Nor can they really muster up an example of...
Well, they are serial killers when it comes to killing a set. Kind of like I killed my set in Tokyo.
Of this being a good tactic. Like the only time
Hey-o!
that benefited Trump is when he built a reality TV show around it. Otherwise,
Waka waka.
He's bankrupted everything he touches. And then you take...
One, I checked the clock. It's actually around that time. It's not though. It's not though. Shut your bitch ass up and let me support one of my fave streamers. Are you talking about supporting Keko? Are you talking about supporting me? Also, I want to know what Potato said when she saw my message in there. Someone clip it. Someone in Potato's stream, clip it.
Take that myth.
What's
and
up,
you
Manu?
apply it to the presidency, and the horror really starts to unfold.
Remember this, you're in no position to
You
dictate
dumb dumb.
what we're going to feel. We're going to feel...
Call me a dum dum.
Over here, it's over here.
Jackie!
Oh my god, there's two! Oh my god! Oh my god, my dogs!
Hello,
My dogs!
everybody!
My dogs! Oh my god!
Are you okay?
Oh my god! No, dude, it just killed like 7 dogs!
Are they slaughtering the dogs?
Oh my god!
Not the dogs!
Oh!
Oh my god! Jackie, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in, Raiders. For those that don't know him, I'm Ned Ghost Rider. Most people call me Ghost. Welcome in. For those that don't know him, I'm a variety gamer. I play a whole bunch of different games. We just finished Frostpunk. I also did Satisfactory prior to that, Red Dead Redemption, Metal Gear Solid, and we did a whole bunch of other games. I also do react content to YouTube videos, which I'm doing right now, and news and politics. So, chat, feel free to stick around if you would like. We would love to have you here. Hope to see you here in the future. But if you have a raid and run, I understand. Jackie, thank you so much for the raid. And I'm sorry about your dogs. Jackie, how was your stream? How was your stream? What'd you get into tonight? Was it Valheim night tonight again? Also, chat, check out the commands in the title. Yeah, chat, check out the commands in the title. Also, I have a YouTube channel. Check it out. Exclamation point YouTube. Go look at it. Oh my God, Mono. Redeem marbles on stream, chat. It's time for marbles on stream. It's time to do it. It's time to do it. It's time to do it. But it's also time for the top of the hour ad break, because the top of every hour, we run a 3-minute ad. If you want to avoid the ads, you can pay $5.99 for a subscription or get lucky and get gifted a sub, or you can link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and get a free monthly subscription from Daddy Bezos to your favorite streamer. Hopefully that's me. If it's not me, then hopefully it's one of my friends like Jackie De La Montans. But thank you so much for the raid. It is time to do marbles on stream. Chat, be ready for it. As I'm getting the game ready, I'm going to launch the ad. And then for those who have never done marbles on stream, we do 3 races, 4 bets, 3 races, 4 bets. Each race has a bet, and the 4th bet is super easy if you pay attention to where everybody finishes. But chat, it's time to do marbles on stream. Time to do it. Time to do it. Time to do it. Time to do it. Oh, fuck. That's not the right thing. Oh, there we go. Anyway, I'm playing the music. Music's playing. Need to lurk. Bad timing, I know, but I got a doctor's appointment tomorrow morning before work, and it is already 1 a.m. Central Time. Good night, Emily. Have a good night. Few on one on. Nice. Animal Come music. That's right, Jackie. We play the Animal Come music in here. Anyway, I got to get the game up. I got to get it up. All right, chat. Here we go. 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 Chat. I know we discuss this like literally every single time. I know we discuss this every single time, but like, should I do this marbles on stream rev share thing? I need to look at this. Maybe I'll look at this tomorrow. Anyway, time to do 3 races. 3 races in the Grand Prix. Not 16, 3. We're going to do 3. We're going to get random races. I'm going to move the camera. Uh-oh. What just happened? Okay. What just happened? Okay, I got everything. Okay, there it is. I'm going to move the camera to where I normally put it for marbles. There we go. And the chat. I got to move the chat over. And then we get going. All right. Play. Why is it not work? There we go. That was close. Chat, anyway, it's time to get our gamba in. All right. Let's see. Let's see what this map looks like. Exclamation point play if you'd like to join the race. Exclamation point play if you'd like to join the race. Does everybody finish the race, chat? Does everybody finish the race? You have 1 minute to get your bets in. Exclamation point play. Exclamation point play if you'd like to join the race. We'll see if I can drive a little bit better than I did last night. Last night was a little rough. It was a touch rough. Oh, we got lots of racers in here tonight. I love it. Chat, get your gamba in. Does everybody finish the race? Does everybody finish the race? Do all y'all finish or not? I was going to do a short stream tonight so I could watch Rogue One since I finished Andor last night. Yes, I finished Andor last night for those that came in on the raid. Andor is amazing, and I highly, highly, highly recommend watching Andor. All right, chat, the bets are in. Last call to get into the race. Last call to get into the race. Exclamation point play. Going once. I put derailed the stream, though. Yes, you did derail the stream for too long. Exclamation point play going twice, and we're off. Here we go. Jay and Ghost are in the lead. Jackie in third place. Manu and Hollikins. Oh, Jackie had the lead for a brief second. Jay jumps back in the lead, and Chairman dropping in second. Down through the track. Oh my God, I'm kind of lost. I don't know where everybody's at. Oh, whoa. Jay's in the lead. Manu's in second. Jackie's in third. Chairman's in fourth. Hollikins, Ghost, and Nomar dead last. Into the cylinder of the peggings. Who's gonna pop out first? Nobody knows. Manu's in the lead. Manu hitting the speed bumps, getting through the rails. Who's gonna slip out first? Nobody's bypassing. Oh man, this is a neck and neck turtle race. Slowly working our way through. Who's gonna pop out first? It looks like Chairman Dreff and Hollikins and Manu. Hollikins bypassed half of it, so did Manu. Jay tries to bypass all of it, but Hollikins is in the lead. Hollikins goes right, Jay goes left, Manu goes right. Hollikins and Jay hitting the blocks. Who's gonna pop through? Oh my God, Manu goes up and over the blocks. Manu just bruises his way through. Manu gets pegged hard. Manu gets pegged hard right in the middle of the track. Chairman glances off the pegging. Chairman glances off the pegging. Chairman goes in the left. Manu goes into the left. They all go into the left. Who's gonna pop out of the washing machine first? Jackie pops out first. Jackie's your leader. Jackie of the Mountains. Jackie of the Mountains. Manu and Chairman, second and third. Nomar in fourth. Everybody else trying to get out of the washing machine. Jackie into the pinwheels. Jackie is your current leader. Will Jackie hang on, or is Manu and Chairman going to catch up, or is it going to be somebody else? Oh, Jackie bypasses through quickly. Jackie into the stairs. Jackie expanding their lead. Jackie into the sieve. Into the second sieve. Jackie into the third one. Jackie is dead, apparently. Jackie did not finish the race. Jackie did not finish the race. Jackie did not finish the race. Manu did not finish the race either. Chairman Dreff is your winner. Congratulations, Chairman Dreff. Just like I planned it. Rigged? I would say we've never seen that before on this broadcast, but we have seen that before. It was hilarious. All right, chat. Chairman with 30 points. Nomar with 24 points. Hollikins with 19 points. Everybody else gets a DNF and gets 0 points on to the next race. And also, everyone did not finish. Everyone did not finish, so the no's get the win. Oh my God, that was hilarious. All right, chat, on to the next bet. On to the next bet. Does the winner have an underscore in their name? Oh, no, I got a better one. Is the winner subbed? And see ads. No! No! Chat, is the winner going to be subbed? Is the winner going to be subbed? Exclamation point play if you'd like to join the race. Exclamation point play. Exclamation point play if you'd like to join the race. Exclamation point play. How's everybody doing on this hump day? Chat, get your bets in. Chat, get your bets in. Looks like we got 3 people that are subbed. 3 people that are subbed. 3 people that are not subbed. 20 seconds to get your bets in. 20 seconds. Get them in. Exclamation point play. Exclamation point play if you'd like to join the race. If you're not, if you haven't joined yet. Exclamation point play. Going once. Exclamation point play. Going twice. That's it. The bets are in. That's that. We're going to start the race. Hollykins, congratulations on your participation trophy. And we're off. Hollykins is in the lead. Jay in second place. Jackie in third. Into the sieve we go. Manu dropping down Jay. Hollykins, Ned Ghost Rider, Chairman Giraffe, Nomar, and Jackie De La Mountains. Jay's in the lead. Jay hits a crosswinder. Manu and Hollykins flying down, but they missed a hole. They missed a hole. Jay's in the hole first. Jay's in the hole first, but Hollykins jumps out to a big lead. Hollykins trying to expand the lead on Jay, but Jay's keeping right up with Hollykins. Into the washing machine they go. Chairman, thank you for the gifted sub for Jackie De La Mountains. Jay is off the board. Jay is off the board. Here we go. Hollykins is in the lead. Jackie, thank you for the gifted sub to Chairman Dreff. I appreciate it. Chat, we got a hype train. Hollykins expanding their lead on Manu, Nomar, Ghost Rider, and Jackie De La Mountains. W subs, that's right. Oh, Jackie getting stuck at the gates. Jackie getting ejected. Damn, Jackie. What did you do to that gate? Hollykins with an enormous lead. Hollykins, thank you for the 50 bits. Manu bypasses Hollykins. Manu takes an enormous lead on Hollykins. Into the vertical pegging. Manu into the funnel. Is it going to be Manu or is Holly going to jump in out of nowhere? There's Ghost. Oh my God. Ghost is your winner. Ghost is your winner. That's right. That's right. Ghost is your winner. Ghost, Ned Ghost Rider is your winner. Chat, do you think I'm subscribed? Chat, do you think I'm subscribed to my own channel? And our latest subs, Jackie and Chairman Dreff, bringing up the rear. Ghost Rider is your winner. Ned Ghost Rider is your winner. And guess what? I am subbed to my own channel. Which means the winner was subbed. All right, on to the results. Ghost with 20 points. Manu with 16 points. Hollykins adding 12. Nomar, Chairman Dreff, Jackie not getting any points. Neither is Jay. All right, on to the most difficult bet of the night. Who is going to win the next race? Who's going to win the next race? Who is it going to be? Chat. Is it going to be me? Jackie? Chairman? We had Chat's mom in here earlier. Chat's mom usually pops in when Marbles on stream is going on. Nomar. Jay. Am I missing anybody? Manu and other. Boom. There we go. All right, on to the next race. Chat, 50 seconds to get your bets in. 50 seconds to get your bets in. Exclamation point play if you'd like to join the race. Exclamation point play if you would like to join the race. We are in the fields. We are in the fields, chat. We are in the fields. Exclamation point play if you'd like to join the race. Oh, 5 seconds. 5 seconds to get your bets in. 5 seconds to get them in. All right, bets are in. Last chance to get in the race. Exclamation point play. Exclamation point play. Going once. Exclamation point play. Going twice. You missed the bet, Holly? What the fuck? Also, chat, hype train's still going. 1 minute left on the hype train. Oh. Bless you, thank you. By a second. And off we go. You just gotta be faster, Hollikins. Off we go into the spiraling cylinder. Don't ask me who's in first place, because I have no idea. I have no idea, chat, who's in first place. I like to say it's Hollikins, but it could be Mono. At least Mono snuck in there right at the end for the final race. Who's going to pop through first? Who's it going to be? Who's going to find the hole? Who is the best at finding the hole in this chat? Oh, Jackie finds the hole and blasts their way through it. Ghost and Hollikins and Jackie are in the lead. Jackie goes right. Hollikins goes right as well. Ghost goes left. Ghost gets hung up. Hollikins bypasses Jackie. Hollikins is flying through, but Chairman Dreff appears to be picking up speed. Hollikins is going through the pegging field. Hollikins gets pegged a little bit hard. Oh, Manu got down first. Manu got down into the funnel first. Oh, there's another funnel? What is this map? Who's winning? Who's winning, chat? Hollikins getting held up. Ghost bypasses Hollikins. Ghost is through the pinwheel into the spinning cylinders. Is that hump day anymore? It's hump day here. What is happening? We are racing. Hollikins dropped down. Ghost Rider continues to be in first place. Chairman Dreff. Hollikins finds the hole. Hollikins finds a hole. Ghost can't get through the gates. No more also in the funnel. This is a crazy map, chat. This is a crazy map. Ghost is expanding their lead. Manu is hung up. Manu is hung up. Manu was hung up hard. Ghost is in the nice little public transportation of marbles on stream. Hollikins is in second place. Chairman Dreff. Oh no, Chairman Dreff is in second place. Hollikins is in third. Chat, anything can happen on this map. Ghost bypasses the pegging fields. Ghost gets through the cylinders. Ghost gets through the tingly things. Ghost gets through the cylinder where there's pegging occurring in the cylinder. Ghost avoids the pegging. Jackie still in last place. I thought Jackie made. Oh my God. Ghost got ejected after winning. Winner. Winner. Ghost is your winner. Suck it, everybody. Chairman Dreff is off the board. Will we have anybody finish the race? Chat, remember this shit is rigged. I set this shit up to win. I set it up to win. Hollikins sneaking through the cylinder. Hollikins just bypassing all of the pegging. I love it, Hollikins. I love it, Hollikins. Oh, Hollikins got ejected off the board. Glad I didn't make the bet. I thought you always bet on yourself, Holly. 14 seconds. Oh, is Nomar going to get through? Is No More gonna get through? Uh-oh. Oh, Ghost Rider is your winner. Congratulations, Ned Ghost Rider, on winning the final race. I never bet on myself. Why do you not bet on yourself? You need to believe in yourself, Hollykins. Anyway, chat, that is the third and final race. Now it is time for the fourth bet. The fourth bet and the easiest bet, if you paid attention, I will give you the final additional points. But if you were paying attention, this should be an easy bet for you. You figure out who won the Grand Prix. Based on where everybody finishes, they get assigned points. And whoever has the most points wins the Grand Prix. So chat, get your bets in. Who won the Grand Prix? The final results, Ghost Rider gets 13 points, Hollykins gets 24 points, and everybody else gets a DNF, 0 points. Nomar, Manu, Jackie, and Chairman Dreff got 0 points that race. Chat, get your bets in. If you're paying attention, this is a fairly easy bet. If y'all could do some math when I announce all the points. 30 seconds to get your bets in. You didn't even play, dickhead? Correct. Correct. Tell him, Manu. Tell him, Manu. Also, chat, thank you so much for the hype train. I appreciate you. I appreciate you contributing to the hype train and getting to 66% on level 1. Thank you so much. All the bets are in. The bets are in, chat, which means it's time to see where everybody finished in the Grand Prix. Even when you doubted me, I was there. I missed you, my brother. In third place, Chairman Dreff. I believe this is your first race in the Net Ghost Riders Marbles on Stream. Congratulations on your third place finish, Chairman. Second place, Net Ghost Rider. And your winner. Drum roll, please. Shit, I don't have a drum roll button. I have an applause button. I don't have a drum roll button. Anyway, your winner, Hollykins! Congratulations, Hollykins, on your victory on tonight's iteration of Marbles on Stream. Nar. Hollykins with 55 points, Ghost with 50 points, Chairman Dreff with 30 points, No More Noodles with 24, Manu Scape with 16, Jay and Jackie of the Mountains with 0. Chat, thank you so much for being here for tonight's iteration of Marbles on Stream. It was a pleasure to be here with you. Now we are back to React content. But thank you so much for being here for Marbles. Jackie, thank you so much for the raid. I do miss the bear trap. No, the bear trap is... I can't believe you still do the bear trap. I can't believe you still do the bear trap. There's no reason for you to do the bear trap. For those that don't know, chat, go follow Keko. Go follow Keko. Okay, now I'm going to get ready for bed. Jackie? Jackie? Wash your face. Lotion your face. Brush your teeth. Floss your teeth. Do all that shit that you need to do. It's so nice that I'm doing it to you this time. Get it done. Good night. Have a great stream, Ghost. Thank you so much, Jackie. Thank you so much for the raid. And thank you for the gifted sub. I hope you have a good night's rest, Jackie. And I hope the rest of your week goes well. Oh, yeah, but God forbid I do balloon Russian roulette. Could be TOS. Chat, go check out Keko. Go give Keko a follow. He doesn't stream very often, but when he does, he's...
Keko, I was using chopsticks the other day for, like,
he's unhinged.
The pineapple I was eating, and it kept fucking slipping out. I'm like, motherfucker! I'm so pissed.
Yeah, practice makes perfect.
I need to get some water.
Go get that wood. Oh, fuck! Sing a lullaby before bed is my dream. Also, I need to pay y'all out.
Kiko, are you serious? You got the megaphone out?
No.
Oh boy. All right, chat. Back to React content. React Andy content. We're almost done with this video. Oh god, there's still 30 minutes left in this video.
Very
You will
good.
feel influenced.
We're going to feel very
I'm
good and
telling
very
you,
strong.
You will feel influenced.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed
From the
yourself
very-
to be in a
from
very
the
bad position,
beginning
and
of
he
the
happens
war.
to be right about
From
it.
the very beginning of the war.
You're not
Mr.
in a
Brown,
good position.
I
You
was
don't have
in
the cards right now. With us, you start
I'm
having
not playing
cards. But
cards.
right now, you
I'm
don't.
very
You're playing
serious,
cards.
Mr. President.
You're
I'm
playing
very
cards.
serious.
You're
I'm
gambling
the
with the
president
lives
in
of
war.
millions of people.
You think-
You're gambling with World War III.
Dude, this is so embarrassing. Dude, it's like it's children. It's children fucking fighting.
You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country. That's
with
back
all
to you.
respect to your
Far more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you once this
A lot
entire
of
meeting?
times. Have
you said
No,
thank
in
you?
This entire meeting, have you said thank you?
Good fucking God. What are we doing, folks? Trump has threatened Greenland, Panama, Canada, and Mexico with invasion and military action. Because why the hell not just terrify some of our closest allies? Our anti-war president is waging a trade war with the entire globe, using American people as poker chips to toss away. This is the politics of anti-empathy. And again, they are savoring the cruelty, memifying it, making AI videos of a bulldozed Gaza turned into a Trump-themed amusement park. Remember that?
Trump Gaza shining bright, a golden future, a brand new light. Feast and dance, the deal is
So
done.
gross.
Trump Gaza, #1.
It's hard to really know what to say.
Indeed, politely baffled news anchor. It is hard to know what to say. It's hard to even properly aggregate every cruel action Trump and Musk are.
Also, what is the voice singing supposed to be? I don't know. It's just fucking AI voice. This is so gross. Like, why is the United States still allowed to be a country after this embarrassment? It's like Jordan Peterson's voice.
Are carrying out. Between the time we film and release this, there will probably be 10 more things. We've already got detention camps at Guantanamo Bay for migrants, as well as Trump saying he thinks that he wants federal prison conditions to be terrible as a form of unconstitutional punishment. He's explicitly stated that he wants the 37 people who were commuted from death row under Biden to be placed under cruel conditions, saying his attorney general should, quote, take all lawful and appropriate action to ensure that these offenses.
I think Donald Trump should serve jail time and as well as his administration officials under the same cruel treatment that they wanted other people to live under. Actually, I don't want that. I don't want that. I want them to be rehabilitated because that's what I believe in. I believe in rehabilitating people.
Offenders are imprisoned in conditions consistent with the monstrosity of their crimes and the threats they pose. So,
what about the people that are thrown in jail for jaywalking? Is jaywalking a monstrosity?
You know, torture prisoners. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of the year, he literally says out loud that we need more cruel and unusual punishment. He's in the process of potentially revoking the legal status of Ukrainian refugees who fled the country after being invaded by Russia. He's also planning to try to deport 1.3 million refugees allowed in the United States who have temporary protected status, a way to fast-track immigrants fleeing from violence to help start the process of legal immigration. This includes Nicaraguans, Venezuelans, and Cuban refugees whose families might have voted for him in Florida. ICE also deported someone with cancer. Let me be specific. A U.S. citizen with cancer going through treatment in the U.S. Let me be more specific. A U.S. citizen with brain cancer who's also a fucking child. Deporting her along with her parents, interrupting her life-saving treatment.
Fucking ridiculous.
Which
fucking ridiculous.
Makes sense, actually. If we're cutting cancer research, we might as well just stop cancer treatment altogether as well, right? Trump also wants to deport roughly 14,600 Afghans who fled the Taliban's takeover of Afghanistan, who would be targets for prosecution or execution by the Taliban after having helped the United States. And as we mentioned at the start of this, he is now throwing us into a full-blown constitutional crisis as he ignores the court orders to return people wrongfully kidnapped.
Court orders? What do courts mean? What do courts mean? What does the Constitution mean? Why can't presidents ignore court orders when it's for good things? Why do they ignore court orders when it's literally for the worst possible things? I don't understand.
And deported, and is now thinking of shipping away Americans to El Salvador. It is simply too much to handle. The cruelty, the glee, the literal Nazi salutes. But in all of this, one thing is important to remember. Don't you fucking dare be mean to Elon Musk.
I mean, you had Tim Walz, who's a huge jerk.
Doesn't mean anything when the enforcement arm is complacent or in agreement with the unconstitutional actions. True. I do think that, if I understand correctly, I think the judicial branch does have an enforcement mechanism, but it pales in comparison to the executive branches, law enforcement. But yeah, Chairman Dreff.
Right, running around on stage with a Tesla stock price having.
Keko didn't remove the bear trap. I literally bear trapped him on Friday. I literally bear trapped him on Friday. It's still there.
Where the stock price had gone in half. And he was overjoyed. What an evil thing to do. What a creep. What a jerk. I mean, it's really come as quite a shock to me that there's this level of really hatred.
Bro, we're celebrating your...
I saw the video, and I don't think that he's doing what they think that he's doing. I mean, that would just be ridiculous. First of all, he's not even from this country. He's an immigrant, okay? Built himself from the ground up. He makes fantastic cars. Let's cut him some slack. He's a silly, quirky little guy, okay? He just wanted to throw his hand out and say hi to the crowd. He's excited. His friend won a big thing. They're friends. Everyone's friends, okay? He's not a Nazi, okay? He's not a Nazi, okay? Stop calling him that. Stop it.
Stop it.
I saw the video.
Yeah, as conservative. But yeah, Elon, we're celebrating the fall of your net worth because we don't fucking like you, Elon. And you're saying we're evil because we're cheering for your fucking downfall? Elon, you are literally an evil person. You disowned your child because your child chose to be happy and choose the gender that they want to be. You disowned your child. Like, you're the one that's evil. It's your own flesh and blood. You no longer acknowledge them. What the fuck is wrong with you? Also, his daughter absolutely rocks. Yeah. She's awesome.
And violence from the left. I always thought the left, or Democrats, were supposed to be the party of empathy, the party of caring, and yet they're burning down cars, they're firebombing dealerships, they're...
Dude, there's no way the Democrats are the ones that are fucking burning down dealerships and shit like that. Democrats fucking They don't do anything. How would Democrats do any of that shit? The only thing that Democrats firebomb are weddings in Yemen. Yeah, I made that joke. You know that was a good joke. For those that don't know the context of that joke, Obama famously bombed a wedding in Yemen. Or doctors without borders hospitals. That was the next joke I was going to make, Chairman Draft. That was the next joke I was going to make. I was just about to say that. She's talking about when Elon and Trump were having a conversation when she was trying to play video games, and reaction was, these bitches won't shut up, and she left. I'm sorry. No, you're good. You're good, Chairman, but I was literally about to make that joke. That was a good one.
Firing bullets into dealerships. They're just, smashing up Teslas. Tesla is a peaceful company. We've never done anything harmful.
Would someone think?
Oh my God, they're hurting my feelings. They're hurting my feelings. They're rightfully protesting my company because I threw a Nazi salute with force. Oh my God, I'm such the victim here when I've literally laid off hundreds of thousands of government workers that are just trying to protect citizens. Oh my God, my life is awful.
Think of the billionaire. This is, of course, the most precious tactic of the bully mentality. Elon Musk, a man joyously firing thousands of people, bullying trans people, talking about a parasite class, and literally giving a Nazi salute twice in front of the entire world, is so confused why people hate him. Must be George Soros. As we alluded to earlier, when they're not denigrating the concept of empathy, they're weaponizing it for their own gain or defense. These proud warriors of cruelty who hate empathy and think it's even dangerous, talking endlessly about snowflake libs, can't actually take an inch of derision back at them. The party of make comedy legal completely falls apart the moment comedy is directed at them.
Congressman Maxwell Frost was barred from speaking at a House Oversight Committee meeting today.
Congressman Maxwell Frost spoke out at the U.S. House Oversight Committee on Tuesday. The congressman criticizing Elon Musk and President Donald Trump, calling him, quote, grifter-in-chief, words that were eventually stricken from the record.
Aw, so mean of them to say that really baseline insult. I mean, I'm all for using slurs against trans people in hearings, but he went too far by suggesting the historical fraudster was a bit of a flim-flam man. There are so many instances of these bullies being set.
Chat, literally the week that Donald Trump became president and during his second term, he literally did a rug pull cryptocurrency. That's fucking insane.
Bad little snowflakes the moment someone lobs an insult back at them. Trump's DOJ threatened Democratic Representative Robert Garcia for also mocking Elon Musk, showing a picture of Musk during a hearing on Doge, calling it a dick pic. In retaliation, the DOJ is now investigating Garcia for his comments on CNN where he said, quote, what the American public wants is for us to bring actual weapons to this bar fight. This is an actual fight for democracy. They actually cite him saying dick as being threatening. A DOJ prosecutor is literally making it his mission to go after anyone who is mean to Musk. This is baby shit kind of stuff. Even the mildest critique will get you unceremoniously dumped out of the party. For example, the president of the NYU College Republicans, Kaya Walker, was forced to resign after a really tame observation about Barron Trump, saying Trump's son was, quote, sort of like an oddity on campus, and that he goes to class, he goes home. That's it. And for that, she was forced out because her comments were inappropriate and did not align with the values and principles upheld by our organization.
What? You just said Barron goes to class and then doesn't go to what?
Free speech king Elon Musk has threatened legal action against anyone who
Wait, I'm confused. I need to see that again.
Was for mildest critique will get you. This is baby shit kind of stuff. Even the mildest critique will get you unceremoniously dumped out of the party. For example, the president of the NYU College Republicans, Kaya Walker, was forced to resign after a really tame observation about Barron Trump, saying Trump's son was, quote, sort of like an oddity on campus, and that he goes to class, he goes home.
Oh my God. That's fucking embarrassing. Dude, they have the thinnest skin. It's so funny that they continue to call people snowflakes.
That's it. And for that, she was forced out because her comments were inappropriate and did not align with the values and principles upheld by our organization. Free speech king Elon Musk has threatened legal action against anyone who doxes, aka just publishes publicly available information about, any of his Doge team. You know, because of transparency. But he also publicly posted the information about the daughter of a judge who ruled against Doge's actions. So I guess doxing is fine in that case. Also, in this most recent case where the government published the address of a deported man's wife, causing her to have to go to a safe house. Musk called for 60 Minutes to be jailed after they reported on Doge's cuts to USAID, saying they deserve a long prison sentence for daring to edit their Harris interview. 60 Minutes, the show, should be in prison. What an idiot. He restricts the word cisgender on his X platform because free speech, and completely lost his mind at astronaut Andreas Mogensen, who fact-checked him on his claims that Biden abandoned the space station astronauts because he didn't want to use SpaceX. Elon Musk told Mogensen, "You are fully R-worded." The R word, of course, being one of
Ketamine tweets? Yeah. Chairman, did you see that someone compiled when Elon's like Twitter account started like really popping off, and it was literally after the pedo gate when he called the rescue worker trying to save those Thai children a pedophile, and like ever since then he's been tweeting like nonstop.
Of Musk's favorite slurs to lob at his critics. Trump also, of course, has notoriously thin skin, which is now seemingly being deployed on behalf of Musk, as he went on a huge tirade on Truth Social about people illegally and collusively boycotting Tesla.
Can someone explain to me how you can force people to not boycott something? So how can you force people to buy things? Like, is that a thing? Is that a thing that we can do?
Illegal to talk to people about not buying something, you see? He also made a speech at the Department of Justice, using it as an hour to air his personal grievances against all the mean judges and journalists who have gone after him, and claiming, quote,
And I believe that CNN and MSDNC, who literally write 97.6% bad about me, are political arms of the Democrat Party.
Why does he have that 97.6%? Why is he so precise with that number? Why does he have to be so precise with that number? Me in 2029 being executed for calling a Tesla truck a shitbox.
And
the irony is if you ever rode in that truck, you would probably die before 2029.
Opinion, they're really corrupt and they're illegal. What they do is illegal.
Again, baby shit. King Joffrey level baby shit. These guys love the free market, claim to be free speech warriors.
Also, Chairman, I have to disclose I am an owner of a Tesla. When I moved from my last area, I wanted an EV, and I wasn't going to have a house to charge it, so I needed something with the most range, and that was the car that had the most range. This was 3 years ago. Yes, Elon was a piece of shit at the time. Yes, Tesla sucked as a company at the time. But no ethical consumption under capitalism.
talk constantly about rugged individualism and manliness, and then the moment someone nudges them, they just freak out and cry, illegal. Musk is allowed to writhe about gleefully on stage and relish in his own cruelty and the misfortune of others that he causes, but nobody's allowed to say, wait a minute, that guy. Comedy is legal until it's about them. Your feelings. But you gotta date conservatives because I didn't say my feelings. They want to mandate that we all be nice to them while they step on our necks because that's what this is actually about.
Best bang for your buck still besides like a Prius. Yeah. So Chairman, the other thing is I charge at work. So I save a couple $100 a month by charging at work for free. I'm making it work.
Right? As I keep saying, they are bullies, and bullies are cowards who want to hurt others without consequence
Yeah.
or accountability or shame. And so, instead of owning up to their actions, it's simply easier for them to hide and cry foul. Cancel all their town halls, for example, lest they are confronted with this.
On January 9th, 2025, you joined as a sponsor of HR 22 SAVE Act. This means that me and 69 million women like me who have taken their spouse's last name will not be eligible to vote.
Yep.
Do we want to come to a conclusion where we can agree and move on?
They don't want women to vote, chat. They don't want women to vote.
Or do you just want to yell at me and call me names? If you want to do that, I can just stand back here and you can just yell at me. But if you want to solve this problem, we can actually give every... I'll just sit back here and just let you yell at me if you like.
No, McCormick.
Aw, how dare those people harass that man? All he did was vote for legislation designed to strip women of the right to vote. This is an old observation that's been said many times, but just because someone doesn't raise their voice or break decorum doesn't mean that they are doing something polite or civil. Some of the most brutal and cruel acts have been carried out with a smile and a pen. Like the script for The Phantom Menace, ka-chow! But for us, everyday people, we don't get to be calm. We have to work with what we have. Musk gets to say, well, I'm not hurting anyone, because he's not literally out there throwing punches, but his actions are far more devastating than destroying a car dealership. And yet, in classic bully fashion, they are now cracking down on these Tesla protests. No doubt finding ways to classify anyone at them as a terrorist. See, because the end goal of this thin-skinned bully attitude...
Chat, terrorist is a political term that people and governments will use to justify any cruelty that they show towards a person or people. For those that don't know that.
When applied to the people in power, is an act of criminalizing dissent and a rise of fascism. I really need everyone to realize that. I mean, you probably already do because you're smart and sexy people, but I will break it down.
Whoa. Do we need to hear that again?
I mean, you probably already do because you're smart and sexy people, but I will break it down.
Chat. Did you hear that? We're smart and sexy people. Just making sure that it is emphasized, and you saw that. Justification for the removal of rights, yeah.
Do you remember when everyone had that debate about whether it's okay to punch Nazis? Because if a bunch of Nazis were to gather in one place and hold up signs, they are technically not physically hurting anyone. It's free speech, right? But what people didn't seem to grasp is that the presence of Nazis in itself is a physical threat. There's a reason why, for example, the punk scene generally knows to eject Nazis immediately from a show. Because they start fights. They want to hurt people. That's what they believe in. And so, to a lot of people, punching a Nazi is a patriotic act of self-defense. Because if you don't stand up to them, they will keep moving into your space more and more. Until Elon Musk is literally giving a Nazi salute behind the presidential podium.
Dude, I cannot fucking believe that he literally grunted into it. The ideology is based on genocide and death, so the threat is inherent. Yep.
What people need to get through their heads is that this gesture is an act of violence. Without apology,
I just can't believe he ripped it twice. Yeah. The fact that he did it twice, with gusto.
Stop the needle. Blue success, red failure. Stopping the needle with one rotation, disarm the trap. Disarming the trap will yield trap parts.
Welcome in, Raiders. For those that don't know him, I'm Ned Ghost Rider. Most people call me Ghost. I'm a variety gamer. I play a bunch of different games. I also do react content to YouTube videos and news and politics, which is what we're doing right now. I also have a YouTube channel, ! YouTube. Go check it out for history we're not taught. Go do it. We also have commands in the title of the stream. Go use those to check out where my YouTube, my Discord, my OF, and the motto of the stream. But if you have to raid and run, I understand. But thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. Hopefully, we'll see you here in the future. But now I'm getting back into the React. Derry, I hope you had a good stream spreading that democracy.
Apologizing for or explaining or atoning for it. What Musk is signaling is that he supports the eradication of a group of people. And so he doesn't get to act like a victim when people respond with vandalism or protests. When confronted about this, Elon Musk basically rolled his eyes and whipped out the old chestnut of, geez, everyone is Hitler to these people. And if you're wondering how an entire country is seemingly allowing this cruelty and blatant white supremacy to escalate, you really need to go back to the punching Nazi debate and how it relates to the right-wing obsession with triggering the libs. For like a decade now, we've heard this phrase and have even normalized the term triggering to basically mean any action where a person calmly invokes rage in another person. It's weird we want to do that. And for the far right, this concept of triggering or owning the libs has been used to slowly introduce increasingly cruel and white supremacist ideas. Racist or violent dog whistles, like that whole OK hand symbol, or the Pepe Frog meme. To the outside observer, it looks like someone unreasonably freaking
Chat, we took Pepe back, though. We took Pepe back. Fuck those white supremacists. Pepe's ours. Right, chat?
out over a simple gesture. And for the average conservative, it was a quick and easy way to feel like you've bested your political opponent. After all, when you break down the trigger the libs phrase, all it actually means is do something bad to your opponent because they are your opponent. There's no actual ideology there. There's no benefit to anyone.
Yeah.
And now we're actually...
There's no ideology. It's almost like it's completely reactionary. Maybe that's why it's called reactionaries.
Seeing this built into policy. Dinesh D'Souza, right-wing commentator, dater of Laura Ingraham and Ann Coulter, and convicted felon, pardoned by a convicted felon, tweeted, "It would be fun to rename all the forts after Confederate generals. Not because we like Confederate generals, but just to piss off the left." It shouldn't be surprising to also find...
Chat, there's literally signs in my area that just said make liberals cry again. With Trump signs and everything like that. It just says make liberals cry. How does making liberals cry make it easier for you to buy a house?
D'Souza has in fact defended and expressed empathy for Confederate generals more than once. Not because we like them. Yeah, sure, buddy. In fact, Secretary of Defense and alleged domestic abuser Pete Hegseth has been doing just this, coyly stating he's using the names of obscure military figures who just so happen to have the same names as the Confederate generals. Literally zero reason besides spite. Making policy from spite, venerating.
I love that our country wants to name our bases after traitors. Like people that literally were traitors to the United States of America. Like, they literally use the word traitor all the time, but they're literally celebrating people that were actual traitors of the United States. I mean, call me libbed up as much as you want, but like, that's a very valid fucking point. Like, those people all should have been hung according to law. Sorry, hanged. They should have been hanged according to law. According to United States code, those people who enacted treason against the United States of America should have been hanged. But we didn't do that.
The Confederacy to the public because of spite, and honestly, probably at least a little bit of racism. There is a growing nihilism in it, in that over time, people didn't care about what they were supporting so long as it triggered the other side, even if what they were supporting is literally the Nazi Party.
And that's why I'm going to join the Elon Musk and President Trump's movement. My heart goes out to all of you.
We're not going to quit.
Fight, fight, fight.
God bless all of you for what you're doing. Please keep doing it. I hope that I can encourage you, and my heart goes out to you. God bless.
It's a Nazi salute, guys. You're doing a literal Nazi salute to own the libs. Here's the...
This is the most terrifying thing that I am faced with at work, because since I'm a caddy, I deal with a lot of fucking conservatives. And I am terrified that people are going to start doing this as a fun and casual thing. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm probably going to put the bags down and walk away. Honestly, that's probably what I'm going to do. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if I'm going to get suspended or anything like that. The players will probably fucking sue me or something like that, because they're fucking Nazis. So they'll be butthurt that somebody stood up to them. Take their money and make lists. I could do that. Chairman, I did caddy for open white supremacists last year. And it was a fucking terrifying experience. And I was stuck there because it was work. There's video of it somewhere. I don't know if it's on my page or not anymore, but it was a horrifying experience. I stood up, though. I stood up to them, and they backed down immediately, which is kind of hilarious because they're a bunch of fucking pussies.
CEO of a construction company doing it at a fucking corporate event.
A CEO stepping down after this video went viral, showing him do a Nazi salute on stage at a company event in Boise.
I mentioned that last guy because of his absolutely perfect response to being ousted for a Nazi salute. Quote, "Unfortunately, my recent attempt at humor and parody fell short and is being used by others to unfairly judge me and, more importantly, our amazing company and its people. At the beginning of our annual State of the Company event, I briefly commented on the election and, as part of a political skit, mimicked Elon Musk and President Trump's signature dancing." Signature dancing. Ah, shucks. You people just can't take a joke. My really funny joke that was doing a Nazi salute.
Yeah, that's the best joke.
You get it, right?
That's the best joke.
You were there. You see. Okay, so millions of people were slaughtered in the most brutal mechanized version.
Lib Nazi ain't no way. I mean, Chairman, I'm pretty sure you're aware that, like, a lot of the German libs were Nazis. Cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds, right?
Of a genocide in the world's history. And the people who did it were called Nazis, right? And so they did this thing, it's like a Nazi salute thing. And it's funny to do on stage as a CEO because...
No, I just mean like the tone policing response letter is hilarious. Oh, yeah. Okay. I mentioned it earlier in the stream how like everybody's a liberal and how like conservatives are constantly libbing it up with aesthetics and everything like that.
It upsets people who don't very much like the idea of mass genocide happening again. Or worse, use pronouns. And so you see by doing the Nazi salute, I'm like implying that maybe I think it's good.
Dare, are you having fun in stream right now? Do you understand what's happening? Do you understand what they're talking about? Because I feel like you're just doing positive or negative things based on my tone.
we'd do a genocide again. Do you get it? Do you get the joke? Do you get my good joke? You know what would be really funny, actually, and would really trigger the libs, if we built some international prisons for Americans.
In a live stream broadcast from inside the Oval Office, President Trump can be heard telling El Salvador's President Nayib Bukele he wants to send American citizens convicted of crimes to prison in El Salvador, as Trump calls them homegrowns.
I said homegrowns are next. The homegrowns. You got to build about 5 more places. Yeah, that's fair. All right.
Good
God
joke,
damn it.
guys.
Everybody
Hey,
everybody in that fucking room laughed. Everybody in that fucking room laughed.
just stood up to all those Nazis after all, you think? Perhaps we need to take these jokes as actual threats and not have a debate about a measured response. Like, you know how Trump keeps coyly joking about being a king to trigger the libs? Do you think it's a joke? Because when anti-empathy and cruelty are policy, we're just talking about fascism, after all. It's Nazis. They're Nazis. That's ultimately what we're getting to here. The triggering the libs as a tactic is not new. It's Nazi shit. Jean-Paul Sartre captured the nihilistic philosophy of hatred perfectly in his takedown of Nazis.
I'll be lurking. Thank you for the lurk, Hollykins.
May be familiar with. Never believe that anti-Semites are completely unaware of the absurdity of their replies. They know that their remarks are frivolous, open to challenge, but they are amusing themselves, for it is their adversary who is obliged to use words responsibly. Since
Also, Holly, if I don't see you the rest of the night, have a good night's rest. And thank you so much, brother!
He believes in words. The anti-Semites have the right to play. They even like to play with discourse, for, by giving ridiculous reasons, they discredit the seriousness of their interlocutors. They delight in acting in bad faith, since they seek not to persuade by sound argument, but to intimidate and disconcert. If you press them too closely, they will abruptly fall silent, loftily indicating by some phrase that the time for argument is past. It is not that they are afraid of being convinced, they fear only to appear ridiculous, or to prejudice by their embarrassment their hope of winning over some third person to their side. If then, as we have been able to observe, the anti-Semite is impervious to reason and to experience, it is not because his conviction is strong. Rather, his conviction is strong because he...
I gotta go to sleep. Thanks for the stream, Ghost. Good night, everyone. Good night, Chairman. I appreciate the gifted subs. I appreciate you popping in here and hanging around after Jackie's raid. Thank you so much. I will see you around. Have a good night's rest and hope you have a good week.
He has chosen first of all to be impervious. It's Nazis. Nazis, 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 Nazis. And might I add, Nazis. Remember that Musk quote about empathy being the weakness of Western civilization?
The fundamental weakness of Western civilization is empathy.
That's a Nazi thing. Writer John Schwartz
Oh,
found
Jesus
an extremely
Christ.
similar quote.
Jesus
It is
Christ, of course he's a fucking... Oh my God. Of course he's fucking quoting Nazis.
necessary to put an end to the thoughtless behavior of numerous people's comrades and to eliminate thoroughly uncalled for humanitarianism and foolish sympathy. It is equally obvious that we need to wipe out the sympathy for this element, destructive to our people. This was published in...
You know what else is destructive to our people? The top of the hour ad break. Because at the top of every hour, we run a 3-minute ad to avoid plural ads for any new viewers. If you want to avoid the ads, you can pay $5.99 for a subscription or get lucky and get gifted a sub. Or you can link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and get a free monthly subscription from Daddy Bezos to your favorite streamer. Hopefully that's me. If it's not me, hopefully it's Derry. But here comes a 3-minute ad break now.
1935 by the Nazi Party's Central Propaganda Office, the Reichspropagandaleitung. This attack on empathy at the core is just buttering up
10 out of 10. Thank you, Manu.
to accept our further descent into fascism and cruelty, also known as potentially, eventually, genocide. They may not even realize they're doing it, but they're prepping us. We've already mentioned these goons, but desperate jester and henchman Greg Gutfeld, along with future puked on guy Jesse Waters, will dismiss literally every single case that's brought up because of all of this spite and resentment, this need for revenge because of some imagined or real slight that they've now taken and applied to everyone who is affected by this administration's actions. Gutfeld, from Gutfeld, says it out loud very clearly.
At worst, a guy gets sent to a country he doesn't want to go to. You know what? I can live with that.
Into a prison camp, not just out into the wild.
Look, I'm sorry, Jessica. I understand your concern, but I refuse to care about one person who's an illegal alien when the mental shelf space that I have is now reserved for victims of crime. This manufactured narrative, family man, father of three, coming from the media, who with the same intensity.
You literally describe the pharmaceutical CEO as a dad, as a family man. You cannot complain about them saying that about someone who is innocently sent to another country into a prison camp. You can't complain about people using those words and then use the same words to describe a CEO who literally decides whether people or thousands of people live or die. You can't do that. You can't fucking do that. And they fucking do it anyway.
He talked about having children was bad for the climate, are now telling us that when you have children, you are now a pillar of the community. If that guy was a white American citizen, they would just call him a MAGA extremist. But he's an illegal alien and he has kids, and now he's the spirit of the community. He's a good guy. Who cares? He's illegal. See ya.
Notice how he brings up the vague idea that somebody somewhere wrote an article about how having kids is bad for the climate. He's citing some made-up grievance about something else to justify his own sociopathy, telling you that he straight up doesn't care who gets hurt. Because caring about people is apparently baby stuff now. This war on wokeness, on the left, on empathy and compassion and reason has led to these people thinking that Sesame Street is the enemy. We used to all agree that it's good to teach kids about sharing and empathy and treating others how you'd want to be treated, or stuff like money is the root of all evil. Well, these losers think that's all like fake and gay now, or whatever. They hate beloved children's entertainer Miss Rachel because she demonstrates empathy. They want to shoot Big Bird in the face because the evil satanic left is trying to get you to care about other people. What are we doing? Waters, another soulless dope, claims that the example of a victim of this cruelty, of which there are very, very many actually, needs to be pure in order to matter.
If you are going to talk about the rule of law,
the perfect victim doesn't exist. They are always going to pick apart a victim to justify their cruelty. You see this. There's no more perfect victims. Sorry, chat. There are no more perfect victims than Palestinians for what the Palestinian plight over the last 80 years has been. And they're still not perfect enough for them.
and due process. You have to have a victim that is pure. You can't have a Floyd, you can't have a Smollett, you can't have a Garcia. Your example of victimhood has to be a sympathetic victim, not someone who beats his wife and traffics humans.
Except
you literally work on Fox News. That is a prerequisite for your fucking job. That's a prerequisite for your fucking job, is to be a sexual assaulter and to beat your wife. That is a prerequisite for your fucking job. Also, you praise cops. Cops self-admitted 40% are domestic abusers. What the fuck is wrong with you?
the victims of these people will never actually be pure enough for them. Look at his stupid fucking smile. He knows. He's telling you. No person matters. These cases will get worse, and the blurry lines that the Ghoul Squad used to justify deporting someone without due process or sending them to a foreign torture prison without due process. When they say they don't care about this case or that case, they're saying they don't care about any of it. It's going to get worse. I, of course, can't say what the future of this administration looks like specifically. I can't say that it will be this genocide against this group of people where they're all rounded up, although it does seem like prison camps, and specifically labor prison camps, are a part of it. We can see this mix of economic justification and general callousness and dismissal of laws and, yes, empathy in order to justify this already. They're telling you that they don't care. A question you could ask yourself is, how does this end? What does it look like? Nobody can say. It might be stopped before you notice that it's bad. It might pause for a while so that things can normalize more and then ramp up again. It might lead to some form of migrant detention, internment, labor camps, to bring manufacturing back to America. Awesome. But if they're saying that they don't care who falls through the cracks, and that there's an attack on specifically white European culture or race or man or whatever, everyone outside of that is an enemy, an existential threat to them. They can and will label anyone illegal, a criminal, a terrorist.
This is what I talked about earlier in the stream, that fascism will eventually be just like straight white dudes. That's what it'll eventually come down to. Because they'll get rid of immigrants, then they'll get rid of black people, then they'll get rid of Jewish people, then they'll get rid of everybody else, and then they'll get rid of women. That's it. And then you're left with straight white dudes. That's literally what fascism. That's the entire plan of fascism. Is you work your way down the line and remove a marginalized group each time, because you blame a specific marginalized group for literally every problem. And the only group that's not going to get blamed is straight white people. Straight white men. Like, when you get down to it, so say the ultimate end goal of fascism, and they get to an entire white state, right? The problems aren't solved. So they're going to start blaming women.
The enemy of the people and undesirable. Their empathy map is small, and they have no problem shrinking it even more. So maybe it won't lead to a literal
white slaves? The only people, there's going to be no white slaves because the only people that are going to be left are the fucking elites.
genocide. But this is part of the
Oh, I thought you just said that. No, I didn't say white slaves.
path. It's way easier to do if people don't see each other as humans. If people are told to put their families first and keep their heads down, then you can do anything you want. If you were wondering how the German people were able to ignore the atrocities around them, this is how. And
Fox be like, 5G is Sharia law.
now it's happening in real time here. When senators visit wrongfully deported and imprisoned people, the guy who started the CRT and DEI panic himself will call it empathy turned pathological. Never mind that these visits are also about, like, the law. Visiting these people, yes, displays empathy, but really it's about protecting people's rights. That's important to remember too. We could do an entire hour on why this is about protecting people's rights and how all of these pricks are lying about this and are pushing even more towards fascism and authoritarianism just in, like, a legal sense. And yes, empathy brings us together and helps us understand the world, etc.
Also, we need to emphasize that everything the Nazis did was legal. They passed laws to make sure that their actions were legal. Just remember that, chat.
But it also helps us. It helps you and everyone. Even if you don't believe in empathy, you should want the rights of others protected, because that means they'll protect your rights too. And as we've already discussed, your rights aren't safe from these people either. They don't care. And the only real way to stop this from happening is to care, to fight back in this war, to win back empathy. which is way harder than it sounds, because frankly, it's easier right now to just kill that part of you, to look away, focus on other things, tell yourself it's not that bad. Get all Patrick Bateman up in that brain, because it's just so big otherwise. It's hard to have empathy when so many people are being hurt at once. And it's really easy to want to embrace the spite and hate when so many people are supporting such evil acts. But you can't. I'm sorry, you can't. And for the love of God, don't say the R slur. Like, come on. Seeing these quote-unquote enlightened centrists relish in being able to use an ableist slur again is embarrassing and pathetic. It's a word for dipshits and pricks. Get it together. There seems to be a pocket of liberals who think the answer to Trump is to have our own Trump, to meet their dehumanization with more dehumanization.
Yeah,
Because again,
Kamala Harris.
it would be easier. But what we actually need is radical empathy. And it doesn't look like the R slur or Bill Maher saying that Trump is actually a nice guy in private and we should be nicer online. It looks like this.
Students at a Florida high school are outraged because a beloved teacher might be forced out of her job for calling a student by their preferred name instead of their legal name.
We're here to really show support for Ms. Calhoun.
Keko, we'll end stream with that. But we got to see if Otto's following.
And to show that we are not okay with what is going on and that we truly are upset that we are losing such a positive teacher.
To me, it really stems back to
All right, the Otto thing? Yeah.
a First Amendment right of both the student and the teacher.
Those are kids defending their teacher who's being fired because of some anti-trans parents' rights trash law. You see, because those kids are thinking outside of their own families and putting the community first. They are defending the people they...
So I stopped vaping cold turkey? Thank fucking God. Congratulations, Keko. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you.
Man, if some dirtbag teenager can do it, so can you. Everywhere, for everyone.
Dirtbag
Hundreds of
teenager.
people gathered at the Sackett Harbor Visitor Center to march in the rally, a show of support to demand the return of the family taken by ICE.
We want to support our neighbors to the north.
Many held signs shaming ICE agents and condemning the detainment of the young children and their mother.
That demonstration in Sackett's Harbor, New York would grow into nearly 1,000 people before ICE would finally relent and free the family being detained. And I know we can't do this for every person kidnapped by ICE, but we should do it for as many as we can. And again, for anyone. We have to do this for people we might not like. People who, perhaps, voted for Trump.
This is what I'm saying, chat. This is what I'm saying. You should have empathy for people. Even if that means Nazis getting healthcare. If Nazis get healthcare, that means everybody gets healthcare. Everybody gets healthcare. When everybody gets healthcare, people don't go down reactionary holes. I realized it put me in a negative mood and was like, well, then why would I continue to do this? That's true. That's true. Why do you think I don't react to politics anymore?
And are now hopefully regretting it. Also, and this is important, we don't have to be nice to practice empathy. Like, yeah, protest peacefully, yada, yada, yada. But it's also an act of empathy to boo and jeer and thwart the people who are practicing cruelty. Don't let them tell you otherwise. Empathy isn't a synonym for civility or being polite. But empathy is an ideal, and it's something that needs to be fought for. Radical empathy, folks, a rejection of apathy and cruelty. Do not...
Also, Keko, do you want me to refund your heat is on so you can do that when there's more chatters in here?
Give them an inch. Do it now for others before you're the person who needs help. Or more importantly, I'm the person who needs help. Because, man, am I gonna be detained? Does Elon watch this show? Like, probably not, right? Like, he probably not. Like, we're not big enough for the gulag, right? This was all Warmbo's idea, by the way. Warmbo is the guy you want. Get Warmbo.
Nice. Anyway, chat.
Warmbo, come take a bow. Your big episode just got filmed. Warmbo, the people, they crave you. They crave Warmbo. They're applauding. The one time he won't show up. Warmbo, I'm ready for Mr. Cody wants a hug and a kiss. What do you want? Where are you? Warmbo?
Did ICE detain him?
Well, we're free, I guess. Warmbo is not here. Thanks for watching, though. Like and subscribe. Show your, the word that we talked about the entire episode. Show that by liking and subscribing, please. We've got a podcast called Even More News you can listen to or watch on YouTube twice a week. Check that out. Monday and Friday, sometimes Tuesday, who knows. And we've also got patreon.com/somemore-news. Toss a little empathy our way. We've got some merch with stuff on it. In fact, I think I know a little possibly dead guy who's on some merch. So check that out at the link.
Chat, that's some more news. The right's war on empathy.
I miss him so much already.
Chat, give it a thumbs up. Give them a follow. Give them a subscribe. All right, chat. I only wanted to do a 2-hour stream today, but we are now 4 hours and 17 minutes in. Raid Kimmy's room? Who's Kimmy's room? I was going to raid Jacob Johns. Since I was doing politics, I don't really want to raid somebody I don't know. Oh, yes, raid Jacob. Why are you telling me to raid Kimmy's room? Yeah, they're legitimately having, Kimmy's room is legitimately having conversations. Also, she's hilarious. Okay. Wait, what am I waiting for, Manu? What am I waiting for? Stream is over? Yes, stream is over. It is 12:17. I'm 4 hours and 19 minutes into stream when I wanted to stream for 2 hours. I was trying to stream for 2 hours. No longer hump day. It's hump day in Hawaii. It's hump day in Hawaii. It's still hump day, King Poopa Head. But anyway, chat, I need to send you along to big friend of the stream, Jacob Johns. Also, I'm moderating in Jacob Johns' stream now. So y'all better fucking behave or I'm going to ban you. See you next time, cowboy. See you, Manu. But not for you or I. Hi, Potato Queen. How was your stream? You're coming in right when I'm leaving, Potato Queen. I was lurking towards the end of your stream when Derry raided in. Make a world a better place to live in every day at the time. One day at a time, one thing at a time. Been lurking for a minute. Thank you, Potato Queen. Hope you enjoyed my react. Hope you had a good stream spreading democracy. But anyway, I'm sending you to Jacob Johns. And like I said, I'm a moderator over there. So y'all better fucking behave. All right. So, first raid message are those that are not sub. Next two raid messages are those that are sub. But thank you all so much for being here. Just wanted to make my presence known. Thank you, Potato Queen. I appreciate you making your presence known. I hope you spread that democracy far and wide. I hope you and Derry and Crying Hawk did the thing. But yeah. So, plan for tomorrow. I have a late tea time tomorrow. I'm gonna try to get stuff done tomorrow. If I get stuff done, I'm gonna do a day stream tomorrow. But if I don't, then it's either gonna be a late night stream or I'm not gonna stream at all tomorrow. But we'll see what happens. Anyway, thank you all so much for being here. Potato, thank you so much for popping in and lurking. But wherever you are in the world, good morning, good afternoon, good night. See y'all later. Free Palestine.